to turn off bandwidth test mode because I was testing. I have a better internet now, so.
Alright, test. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hey! I'm live on Twitch. Hello. And good evening to you. This is Ashley. And currently, it's 8 p.m. on Sunday. So, how you guys Sunday have been going? Anything good? Hold on. Alright. You guys have a wonderful Sunday, yeah? Actually, I got a really exciting Sunday this week. I visited a place in Vietnam called a queer museum. And it has been a fun journey. I guess I could make a tweet about that as well. I should make a tweet about that. I've been visiting the queer museum in Hanoi. It's like a non-profit organization. Now, when you say they're like an organization, I might be a bit exaggerating things. Well, actually, over there it's just somebody in their, personal home, and they transform their home into like a mini museum for queer people. It's really interesting. I could make a tweet about that. So I hope you guys have been having a wonderful Sunday as I'm trying to prepare my stream here. And yeah, today we're gonna go back to our history stream. And I also brought a special guest with me today. So yeah. And yeah, I'm still coughing. Unfortunately, the weather is changing in Vietnam. Like, everything is getting hotter now. It's basically summer. So I have been going outside with like short skirt. Even though I do prefer pants, like long pants, rather than short skirt. And for short skirt, I have to wear tights or pantyhose, because without pantyhose, like it kind of hurts your thigh a bit as you walking around without friction. I really hate that. So yeah, I kind of bought like sheer tights, the kind of tights that don't really make your body, don't really make it too hot to put it bluntly. Alright, I think I'm gonna start the stream now. Alright, so
The Vampires 4. Oh!
Hello! Hello! Oh yeah, I need to...
Hello, Icing!
Yeah, I need to read your stream chat as well, so I'm gonna open a new Twitch window so I can see your chat. Yes,
yeah, I should do the same for your chat as well. Anyway, hello Iceling's chat, the name's Tarakawa Hana, Dragon Girl at your service. And today I will be the teacher. I will be, teaching some history to people who do not know it, perhaps.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I
Sorry.
don't imagine Croatian history is that.
Wait, that's an echo. Why is there an echo? Let me check.
Just a second. Maybe it's on mine because I started the chat. Okay, now I started the stream and I opened the tab with your stream and
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
that's what happened, I think. Okay, let me just put the Twitch chat of yours here, and then yeah, we can do the collaboration thing on Twitch. And doesn't matter too much now, I think. Okay, let's pop out this chat as well. Okay. That's that done, and that's this done.
Oh yeah.
That's good.
I'm gonna put your channel link on my pinned comment of my pinned comment on my today's stream. Check Terra.
Yes, sounds good.
Do you want to do the
I'll
same
do
thing
the
to me?
same.
With your stream?
Yeah, I'm more or less done. Just a second. I can find her at.
Oh wait! Yeah, if we stream together like this, we can make it a collaborate stream on Twitch. I always forgot about this.
Yes.
This thing. Yeah, stream together.
Sure, if you want, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I forgot to start this up a little bit sooner. How do I
No
start
worries,
this
it's fine.
Share chat.
Yeah, I'm sending you an invite now.
Oh, you already did? Alright. Let me check.
Yeah, I sent you an invite, but
Notification. Alright. Unlinked. Yeah. Get started.
Rarity. Yes, Aisling is a rarity. She likes what's it called? She likes My Little Pony a lot. And hi, Samjanyas. Thank you for the sub.
Oh yeah. Can you put share chat on the stream together? It's like an option.
I think it combines our chats. It combines
it
our
does
chats.
combine our chat, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. So you don't have to have two extra chats anyway. Just again, I wanna thank Samjanyas for the sub, and yeah, suddenly interested in Croatian history, I'm sure. Anyway, yes, hello. I think we're finally ready to start, are we? Are you ready?
I haven't seen our chat being linked together.
It's in the same tab, I think. Like this is how it looks for me. Just a second. This is how it looks for me. So let me just link that to you. I don't know a lot about Croatia, but I think annex independence. Perhaps Katsup. I hope everyone in chat is doing great.
Did you press the share chat option on the guest tab pop out?
Is there a specific share chat option? Just a second.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, nice. Thank you.
Now we got it. Okay. I thought that was by default, but I guess I was wrong. My bad.
Yay!
Anyway. Yay! Now we have the chat shared properly. Yes, so does this mean we're ready?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm
Okay.
today I'm with my special guest. I'm Ashley. And you're watching a stream by Rabbit. And today I'm here with my special guest, Terakawa Hana, a fellow history YouTuber. And the last time we had collab together, I already shared my side of Vietnamese history. So in today's stream, Hana will tell us all about Croatian history. So yeah.
And again, I'm Taraka Hana, Dragon Girl at your service. And I should add that I'm also an actual, I teach history in schools, history and English. I have a master's degree in it. So I know a thing or two. I'm not like some super mega authority or anything, but I think I can do an overview of the history of Croatia for everyone, and I hope you'll learn a lot. I plan to not go super into depth because there is a lot. There's really a lot we can cover. There's a reason like why teaching history takes a long time because you can go really into depth in a lot of events, but yeah, I will try to just give a good overview of how things came to be where they are today. So,
Yeah.
are you ready to start?
Yeah, I cannot wait.
Okay, perfect. So, the first part, before I do any history, I want to point out. Oh, Croatia! Woo yeah, baby! Hi, Aerothos!
Oh yeah,
So,
baby, that's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah.
hell yeah! So, see this fancy feller? This nice little country boy with the tie? That will be, that is something called foreshadowing. It is a narrative device. But yeah, you'll see what I mean with that later. So, I did want to point out, I did want to preface this with the fact that there's a bit of a historiographical problem with how Croatian history is taught, at least from my perspective. I imagine this goes for every history of every country because, no country really likes to talk about the things they did bad and
Yeah.
very much likes to talk about things that they did good. And in our case, the traditional historiography is incredibly nationalistic, especially the original historiography. I'll get to that later in the. I love to talk about American war crime, and that may be your Erathos, but it's not everyone. And even the later ones, the later historians, still had a bit of too much, perhaps, of a nationalistic bent in my end. And that brings us to today's issues, except Turkey, because Turkey number one. Yes, Turkey number one, totally.
Erotos said,
So
I love to talk about American war crime.
yes. So the thing with because the traditional historiography is still more or less like the way it's being taught in schools is still very much along the lines of that traditional historiography, even if it's not the same way and it has some differences depending on the era. And that touches on wider sociocultural and political issues because I don't want to go too deep into current problems in Croatian society and culture and politics, but the short answer to that is that the far right, as usual in particular, likes drumming up nationalist sentiments over an imagined past, a past that is far too glorious for what it actually was. And that also leads to my personal experiences because I I think I said this before on stream, but I guess I'll repeat this here again. I was a substitute teacher for a history teacher at a high school, and I had to teach the Industrial Revolution, and I stepped on a landmine without knowing, even though I tried to do it diplomatically. And because when you teach the Industrial Revolution, when it comes to this region, you mention obviously Nikola Tesla. He's incredibly famous. He did a lot of good, a lot of cool texts and stuff. Perhaps his fame is just a tiny bit overblown in some aspects, but he was still very much, an inventor and a really cool guy. But the problem is that he is ethnically half Croatian and half Serb. So
Oh, I feel
his
horrible.
father was Serbian, I believe, and his mother was Croatian. He was born in Croatia. He lived there's like a museum in his village about Nikola Tesla.
Like
And
the really problematic thing is that the only thing that I kind of like know about the Balkans is the war crime between all
yeah,
the different Balkan states, and they all hate each other or something.
yeah, I will get to that, don't worry. But I basically said that Nikola Tesla is a figure that should be accepted by everyone, which includes the Serbs, because like he himself. So the thing, no, I'll get to that, some genius. So he himself, so Nikola Tesla himself said that I am proud of my Serbian heritage and my Croatian homeland, and really a much broader way of seeing it. And in a lot of ways, he was also very American because he migrated to the US pretty early on. And although he didn't live a super great life there, he still, had some fame and some recognition. And because of saying that, because I said that, and there was something else that was also very silly, I was called a Yugoslav, which here means a pejorative, the underlying tone is that I'm a revisionist commie, and yes, a traitor of sorts, yes, because I
See,
said the truth. Because, see, the thing is, the professor I was substituting is one of those far-right people. He's what we would call an ustasha. I'll get to who or what that is later. And because of that, I've kind of become a persona non grata at that school. It's not the only reason. There's some that school has some really weird politics going on between the people there. But I mean, the schools have a lot of politics internally. But let's not get into that too much. That's not really the point. The point is that
I mean,
teaching.
even the teaching, like even the part like teaching history to children is already pushing politics, pushing your country's politics to children. And for me personally,
I mean,
I don't really like children to learn too much about politics to form like a personal bias.
so kind of the problem isn't in teaching politics as much as it is teaching. I think the problem is, quote unquote, the problem is in the family, in the sense that the family should teach kids about respecting other people, not respect instead of hate. And I have had situations. There was like another school, a primary school. Well, I guess it would be middle school for the age bracket. I was teaching to some 13-year-olds, and it was also some similar kind of lesson there. And I literally outright asked them, is it really something that you think you need to do? Is it really hating Serbs something that you really think is a good thing? And I have had pupils there, 13-year-olds, loudly proclaim, yes. Because I like the point of my question was to
children is so gullible.
properly.
They gonna believe anything that you say to them, so you don't really want to influence them at a young age. Especially like
Yeah, it's in
paths
the
like
family, that's
politics
the
and
thing,
history and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's how they've been taught inside of their families. It's not like it's that different for me. It's just that for my family, we've been always taught to respect and love other people's. To never see anyone else as lesser than us. But that's just my family. It's in the end like that kind of thing is a family thing. And we teachers can only do so much, especially because in this case I'm in the minority, so yeah. However, let's go back to the lesson. I don't want to get too much dragged into this because, God, you can. Yeah. Your age is in single digits. Yes, I agree, Sanjan, yes. I want to present the history. Let's deny the Autobot real quick. Okay. Sorry. I want to teach the history. As I put it here, I will try to do it as impartially as possible. I have my own thoughts and opinions. When I say it's my opinion, I will express it. In general, I want to again teach the history, how things came to be, where they are, what was the context. But still, it will mostly be a broader one because because if I talked about every bit of Croatian history, we would be sitting here until next week. Not next week, the week afterwards, because the next week is literally tomorrow. But yeah, unfortunately, Sanchenes, I would say that it's not just that you have those in Turkey. I would say that there's a lot of those in Turkey, and there's a lot of those everywhere.
Yeah, like.
But yes, so first.
I'm not a history teacher or anything, but my last stream, the last collab stream that I have with you, it took me 5 hours to explain a lot of things. And I'm not a history teacher. So just to imagine like the amount of knowledge that you have when it comes to your own country history.
I do have a lot of knowledge, but like it also depends. Even someone who has a lot of knowledge or like direct experience, you need to remind yourself, you need to think of all the details, and again, there is a lot that I could say, and I could go into. Because the thing is, each country is not on its own. There's a lot of other things going on that impact it, and I wanted, and again, I don't want to drag the stream on. Essentially, like I could talk so much, especially about the modern stuff, but
well, for me, I think it's kind of alright to have like a back and forth conversation.
Yes, of course. And here's, of course, Bosnia, I won't say. Croatia, no. I don't think I actually put that in, like how that happened in the presentation, but I guess I will explain it when we get around that time of history. It's a bit more complicated than that, Katja. It actually has nothing to do with Bosnia and Croatia. It only became something like that later. However, so the reason why I put this map, is because this is roughly the area that I will be covering. So this is, while I will talk about other countries and other places,
Oh
This
yeah,
is
speaking
more
about
or
other
less.
countries, do you teach the global history to your students as well? Not just
Yes, yes,
Croatian
yes.
history?
So the way that history is taught in Croatia is it's all one class. It's not a separate Croatian history and world history. So I mean, it's essentially world history or European history, you could say, up until the medieval era, because that's when we appear as Croatians. That's where we have some parts that are focused on Croatian, some that's on world history, but it's all the same class, so it just depends on the lesson. Um, but yeah, this is roughly where when we get to Croatia, what Croatia at its greatest extent, or where the people of Croatia settled, that we will be covering. So it's pretty much the entirety of Croatia, pretty much the entirety of Bosnia. It's a bit iffy because of medieval borders and basically the entire
Yeah.
coastline.
Speaking about borders, Croatia has really weird borders. Like, why is it so long and why is it stretching like from this half to this half? Like it's trying to cover Bosnia, like it's trying to eat Bosnia or something.
Well, that's also the thing. That's also something that's a problem for Bosnia today. There's a lot of ethnic Croatians in Bosnia, not as many as there used to be. There's a lot of stuff, but Bosnia. So can you see the mouse on the screen?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
So Bosnia's original country. I'll get to that in the history as well. But Bosnia was actually like a vassal tribe, vassal duchy, roughly here. Um, it expanded. I'm not going into Bosnian history. It expanded. It had a bigger kingdom. At some points, it conquered some parts of Croatia too, but that was short-lived. The thing is essentially is that what we consider now ethnically Bosnians or Bosniaks, they are actually I think a minority in their own country in a sense. Like
Oh my god.
there's especially a lot of Serbs. There's some Croats, and it's messy and complicated, and the borders ended up like this due to some other things, but if we would be going by ethnic distinctions, Croatia would have like something like this. Oh, sorry, something like this bit to the northwest and this bit to the southeast, and Serbia would also have some other places. But yeah, that would be about the ethnic makeup as it is, and that is a very controversial topic. It's not something I advocate for. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
But Bosnia is a mess of a country, unfortunately. But again, we'll get to that later. Mostly the point is that when we come here to in the medieval period, crocodile. I mean, yeah. Crocodile head, horseshoe, I've heard it all. This is the area we will cover, because again, Croatia, in some parts of history and in some others, controlled a lot of Bosnia, what is now modern Bosnia, and but we will get to that. That's why I wanted to show this map. I just wanted to show that this is what we'll be covering, and not that much else, because I do not want to. If I went into the history of the other countries there, we will never stop. So, first things first, we have prehistory. So, there have always been humans living in this area. After we've appeared as a species, we've lived all over Europe, including, of course, here as well. That also goes for the Neanderthals. There is a museum of Neanderthals in the town of Krapina. Krapina is here, if you can see on this map where I'm pointing to it. This is roughly where the city of Krapina is. And you can have this really, like, I think they renovated, they've made like a whole new museum like a decade ago. I've never actually went to the new one, I went to the old one, it was really cool.
Oh,
And
nice.
there have been, by the time we get to the age where people started actually working with metals, which would be, you know, the Copper Age, the Bronze Age, the Early Iron Age, there were a lot of minor cultures. We say it cultures. They were peoples which had their own specific cultures, who lived in certain areas of, you know, again,
As
what
a
we consider
child,
Croatian
I
today.
yearn for the mines.
I yearn for the mines. Yes, I mean, the mines were very important, yes. And they were also not alone, of course. They were influenced. There's this famous Central European culture called the Hallstatt culture, which was an early Iron Age culture which spread across most of Central Europe, and it influenced some of the cultures that lived here in these times. The most important thing here is that none of these cultures were Slavic. We had nothing to do with this part of Europe until the medieval period. So again, I'm just setting the stage for how it went here. This ceramic bowl called the Vucedol Dove was found at this place called Vucedol, which is here in eastern, northeastern Croatia, roughly here. And that's how the culture was also called. It was called the Vucedol culture. And it was a ceremonial ceramic bowl. Like, I don't know how well you can see it. That's actually an entrance there. They would store water and other stuff, probably for drinking and for ceremonial purposes. It's actually a really pretty ceramic
Yeah,
bowl,
it
honestly,
looks like a
considering
dinosaur or something.
it's something like that, yeah. But again, not Slavic, it is just something that happened back in the day. So we are going to the Iron Age. So the Iron Age is starts about 1,000 years before Christ. So that would be 3,000 years before now, roughly speaking. And so from there we have the, as I put it here in quotation marks, the emergence of Illyrian tribes. So when I say Illyrians, that is not exactly
You fitting titles.
yeah, it's potentially an ill-fitting title because although all of these tribes more or less were, as we call them, Illyrian, they had some sort of cultural and ethnic similarities. They did not have a unified term for themselves. It's not like they never unified as one single big polity or anything. It was a name given to all of the various tribes by the Greeks, and each of the tribes had their own things. So the ones that were on the coastline, a lot more. Also, as you can see, they also there were several tribes in Italy as well,
Yeah,
who got
they got the
assimilated
labels,
later
like,
into.
dang. That takes some,
Yeah,
like, seamanship skill.
Oh yeah. Don't worry, we'll get there. But maybe you can also notice here there's a tribe called the Albani, which totally has which
Albania?
potentially has nothing to do with the Albanians. We
Oh,
don't know actually. Um, and also, if you notice that the Illyrians went as far south as even modern day Greece. Like, this is basically the edge of Greece, and this is also roughly where I'm pointing at. That was the core of the Macedon kingdom. So the Macedons had a lot of wars that they did against Illyrians, until they eventually subjugated the Illyrians around here completely before the time of Alexander the Great. So the issue here is that we also just don't have a lot of records. We have a lot of physical records, yes, but there wasn't that much like the writing that we have, because they probably had some writing, but it's not something we know too much about, or it wasn't preserved. We didn't find it. The writing about the Illyrians that we have is generally from the Greeks and from the Romans later on. And they weren't exactly flattering to the Illyrians, because the Illyrians, as I put it here, they were pirates. So all of these coastline tribes were pirates in some way or another. Actually, for a time, Illyrians of the Liburni tribe, which are set here, they had outposts as far south as Corfu, which is very much Greek territory. So like it's roughly here. It's not shown on the map, but where I'm pointing at, that's roughly where Corfu is. So that's how far south they were with their outposts, because like they were that strong. They had a special ship called the Liburn, which was
Speaking about
very light.
seafaring peoples, like I remember during like the classical age, there was like civilization like the Phoenicians. They kind of like basically everywhere, and then from the Phoenician it kind of even forms the the country that was like at war with Romans. I forgot. But yeah, it's like the Phoenician is like a really special case, and even at the medieval times, and there was like Genoa, which has like territories all over from Crimea to Italy. So it's kind of crazy.
Well, okay, so with Phoenicians, I don't cover them here, so Phoenicians were special cases, but they didn't, the Phoenicians didn't actually have colonies that far north. They concentrated actually on the African coastline and the southern Iberian coastline, and like southern France coastline. It were the Greeks. The Greeks had their colonies in the Black Sea. So the Greeks kind of, it's not an exact split, but the Greeks kind of held the northern side of the Mediterranean, and the Phoenicians colonized a lot of the southern side of the Mediterranean. So that's actually something I will point to here. That's why the Illyrian tribes did not have problems with Phoenicians, because Phoenicians didn't come here. So the ones that came here were the Greeks, and that is so the reason why I point out Greek colonization here. So when it comes to Greek colonies, they were searching for several things. One of them was for, well, a colony, which meant settlement with good quality land. So what they would do is that they would come with their merchants and with their ships, and they would scout the land. They would see where there are patches of good land on which they could settle, and if they found it, eventually, depending on, so the thing with the Greeks is not like that they didn't have a nation, so they didn't have a whole country. It's that each of the city-states there, each of the polises, usually when they had too many people, so because it's very hard, especially then, to feed a lot of people. So if they had too many people in their cities, they would try to resettle them, and the new cities were not exactly subordinate, but they were connected to the original city, the metropolis, as they called it. Metropolis has a different, completely meaning now. Uh, Also, sorry, just saw the chat from Little Billy. What games would I pirate back then? Gold, gold and silver, and quality goods. I mean, those you could have you could you would play dice or something like that. Anyway, jokes aside, probably you. That there was that too. They were definitely so the Illyrians were definitely slave raiders as well, not the only ones. But that was definitely the thing. Like if you play Imperator Rome, if you do something with the mission tree for the Illyrians, you can unlock the ability to slave raid. I don't do that mission tree because it means that you are pitted against Rome very early on.
Yeah.
But
It's very
you can
so
do it.
Macedonian as
I
well,
think,
historically, right?
sorry, can you repeat it?
Macedonian as well, historically, right?
You mean pirates, or do you mean
You mean like
that we
at
didn't
war
want to?
with each other, like in those kind of games?
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, in this case, the Illyrians did allow Greeks to settle. Like it wasn't, they weren't borders like they were today. So we had several colonies, like Isa, Pharos, Melaina Corcyra or Corcyra Melaina, Asphalatos, Tragurion, Pola. All of those still exist until today. Like Isa is, so for example, Isa here, that is Vis. There is still a town at this island, which is also called Vis, by that name, which originated from the Greek. Pharos here is now Hvar. So that is the old city of Hvar. It still exists. Corcyra Melaina is now Korčula, just Korčula. Epidaurus is Cavtat, I believe. So this is roughly where the Croatian coastline, modern Croatian coastline ends. Budva here is Budva, I believe. I'm not sure Olokoneion, what Olokoneion is, but Lissos is the Albanian city of Ljesh, of Leže, or Leže, I think. Tragurion is Trogir. Asphalatos doesn't exist, I don't think, anymore. Narona unfortunately doesn't exist. There is a town nearby called Metkovic, but so the thing about Narona is that there is a special museum there.
Wait, why doesn't they exist anymore? Did they just get Thanos nerf out of existence?
So I will get to why some exist and why some don't a bit later, because it's connected to the migration of peoples in late Roman period. In some cases, some settlements just became abandoned, but they moved just slightly bit further. Like when I say that Narona doesn't exist anymore, there's a town very close nearby which doesn't have a connection to Narona, which is called Metkovic. So basically the people just moved to live somewhere a bit further downriver, for example. Or Epidaurus. When it comes to Epidaurus, the original Epidaurus was abandoned and people moved to Ragusa, which is modern day Dubrovnik. However, later on, a new town called Zavtat was kind of built on top of Epidaurus. So it depends on the city and the town and the place. That also goes for my town as well. But these were the specifically Greek colonies. I didn't put a map on, but there were also Roman colonies. I will talk about them as well. There's also this place called Pola here, which was also a settlement and an emporion. So an emporion is a trading post. You can, if you play U4, you can set
Yeah.
up trading posts, which would be in emporions. Essentially, they were just some places where the Greeks would go to trade. There wasn't a permanent settlement. There may be a few Greeks there, and that's that. So, yeah, also fake idea. Greek fanboy, ex-pirate from ex-Illyrian pirate. It will be Illyrian pirate. That's not a fake idea. That's an idea for a full-ass historical fiction novel. But yeah, so
Actually,
again,
the
the
Greeks
reason why
have a lot of fanboys and generally kind of aggressive during the course of history, right?
kind of, yeah. I mean, it depends whether they would call that fanboy then, like we do now, though. But yeah. To be
Oh yeah,
fair,
what is like the country that is like, what is that one eastern country with like a lot of fanboy population? Was it Poland? If I remember correctly, it was like
Slovenia.
meme today. Oh yes, Slovenia, yeah. So what's up with that?
So I'll just go back to this one. So that's this country here, and so I have a joke here. It's a joke we tell here because so the jokes that we tell about Slovenia is of how Slovenia is small. So wait, what's the call? So
It's so small. Ooh.
yeah. So no. So here's the thing. The Slovenians organized a paragliding competition. So it means you fly up in the air and then you try to hit the target at the ground. With like those really big covers. It's not like a balloon. Like the paratroopers use. When they descend, that kind of thing. Anyway, they organized a competition about that. Who hits Slovenia wins. Because it's so small that if you somehow hit it, you will win. That's the joke. Sorry, it will make more sense to someone from
Sorry,
here, I guess.
I cannot really make sense of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's those competitions when you like when a bunch of people get up in like a plane and they jump down out of a plane, not like bungee jumping, but like those it's not small, it's average size. True, there are smaller countries. I'm just saying that those are the jokes that we do. Never mind, it's fine. It's something that will make sense for us here a lot more. Anyway, so we are skipping already along because again, we don't have a lot of records. We only know so much about this era, and most of what we do know is from the Greeks and again also the Romans. And neither of them were exactly super happy with Illyrians, though it depended. It depended on the tribe. So now we go to the early Roman period, so the early Roman Republic. This was, I think, after the First Punic War, and so there was a problem for the Romans, is that, so this is the Adriatic Sea, just to be clear here. That is, we call it a bit differently, but still. And at that point, after the First Punic War, Rome expanded a lot, so it covered also the eastern Italian coast. And that meant that if they wanted to trade with the Greeks, well, they had a problem with Illyrians, because, as I said, the Illyrians were very much pirates who disturbed trade. They would pirate as far south as Greece itself. So
Well, what can I say?
That
They are that
eventually,
kind of UFO player who really love to click on the red coast button.
as a side note there, I've recently learned that you can make a Ryukyu into a pirate kingdom and do a world conquest that way with the war against the world doctrine, and maybe one day I'll actually make a stream of that. We'll see. Because I don't like doing world conquest, but like I do want to do the achievement at some point. So, with that context in mind, we have the first clashes between Romans and Illyrians. Yes, the Romans, let me conquer Greeks. Illyrians, no. So the biggest problem for the Romans was the Queen Teuta or Teutana of the RDA tribe, which, if we go back to here, for some reason they are put. For some reason on this map, RDA tribe has been put here. They were a lot more like here in northern Albania and southern Montenegro. And they were a really strong tribe. They were, at that point in time, they were the strongest Illyrian tribe. And they even conquered as far down south as Epirus, which was a pretty big deal. And they were like really raiding the Romans. And the Romans at the time, because they didn't want to quite deal with the Illyrians yet, they had no outright interest in conquering that region. They sent a delegation. So they sent 2 emissaries who were supposed to do diplomacy. So we don't know what exactly happened when that delegation was sent. The Romans' idea of diplomacy was give us what we want or we will kill you, which, depending on the story, was something that Teuta disliked or gave the order to kill them for, or other people in her entourage were insulted by, and on their own they decided to kill emissaries. And so, can you see the problem with that, Aisling?
Sorry, I haven't been paying attention.
Oh my god, I'm here to teach you!
Yeah. But I'm really confused about all the different names and stuff.
No, don't worry. I've tried to not put in too many names, okay? But essentially, I'll punish them, yes. So essentially, so the problem is, so what is the problem if you're a leader of a country or another country, and you send your emissaries to another country, and that other country kills those emissaries?
You start a war, Ross.
Yeah, it's a declaration of war, essentially. You do not kill emissaries. Emissaries are generally considered to be not quite sacred, but protected. You're meant to treat emissaries as guests, and the Mongolians sent 3 more. Yeah, more like 30,000 more with bows and siege weapons. But yeah, whether or not it was Teuta, so the queen of the RDA, who had the emissaries killed, or whether they were killed by other Illyrians in her entourage, that provoked Rome, and Rome started the first war against the RDA, which lasted for about 2 years. Teuta was defeated, and the tribe was sort of put in there as a client state. So Rome had no designs on that territory yet. They didn't really care. They just wanted to pacify the Illyrians that were making trouble for them, and to ensure that that they were also loyal to them in some way. And they installed a new ruler called Demetrius, which sounds like a Greek name, but arguably, like the Illyrian names and Greek names did not necessarily, they weren't that different from each other at that time. So about 10 years later, she was killed in like this date 228 or 227 before Christ. About a decade later, Demetrius, who had consolidated his rule in that decade, decided that he wants to be independent, which, as you might know, is not something that Rome likes. So, Rome again invaded. Demetrius was killed. He tried to survive in different places. They eventually found him, and from after that,
the Romans.
yeah, he thought that the Romans were too distracted with other stuff, but they weren't. They still found him. They still killed him, and however, that didn't pacify that tribe or the other Illyrians quite as much. Instead, the Illyrians, the Illyrians that were here in the southeast, they allied with the Macedonians, with the final Macedonian king, and they tried to resist Rome. However, that was the third war against them, and it was the first war against the Macedonians, and they lost. So, as a consequence, not only did the Illyrians of the southern Illyrians get conquered by Rome, but so did Macedonia and Greece. Like this was the time when Rome started expanding into the eastern Mediterranean as well. Yeah, they took the L. I mean, to be fair, almost everyone took the L from the Romans. Like almost, not everyone, but almost everyone.
The Romans were so big. This nerve, death. What the fuck? Why is the game so unbalanced?
Yeah. I know, right? Seriously, who would think that they would be so OP? Insane. Now we're skipping ahead a century because it felt like nothing happened. But I bet you I could be the Roman Empire. Sure, I'll trust you. So we're skipping ahead a century. It thought that nothing happened, but the problem was that that most of what happened were border skirmishes and raids. There was the invasion of Istria, which is the northwestern part of today's Croatia, which they destroyed a rather big tribe, a rather strong tribe, called the History. There are still monumental walls left of their greatest citadel in Istria, but that also happened way before this era. So, skipping ahead a century, yes, Katsa, what is it? Also, yes, Turkey #1. Let's all agree that Turkey is number. Yes, I know my student was coughing. She has a bit of a cough. Yeah. How do I help with the cough? How?
I have been having this
What
cough
am I
for like
supposed to do?
1 week. Like, it just, I don't know. It's just the weather changing. Like, it's really becoming summer here in Vietnam. I've been taking
I
cough
think
medicine.
I know. Manzanilla tea.
I always have a
what
problem with
manzanilla
like
is,
lungs related stuff. So yeah.
Gotcha. Anyway, Kat said don't worry about it. If she says it's fine, I hope it is fine. So let's put it as that it is fine. So this map that you can see here, this is from when the Roman Empire was at its greatest extent. It's the best map that I could show of how the province of
said, I bet
Illyria looked.
you I could beat the Roman Empire. You bet.
Yes. You bet, yes.
It's like that meme with the
So-
Giga Chat who just said, I can beat the entire Roman
Absolutely.
Empire. And then Sigma Chat sounds start playing. Alright, sorry, I distracted you.
Yeah, no worries. No, you can talk. You can say what you want. It's fine. I just drank a bit of water. So, again, I wanted to put this map on because I wanted to show the way the Romans thought of as Illyria and or the province of Illyricum, as they called it. So, when we go here to this point, this is about 50 years before Christ. Still, when Caesar, because of course it's freaking Julius Caesar, so it's a bit less known because people don't usually talk about it, but he got the governorship of not just Gaul, in this case Cisalpine Gaul, which Cisalpine Gaul is what I'm showing here. So that is, I don't know if you knew this, but cis and trans actually come from this Latin. So cis means, in this case, closer to Rome, or rather before the Alps, and trans means after the Alps. So this would be Transalpine Gaul, and this is Cisalpine Gaul.
Oh no,
how
that's why the Sith people were evils all along. Because they were the Romans, get it?
Yes, I get it. Absolutely, I agree. But besides Gaul, he became the governor of Illyricum. See, there was this one tiny problem. Rome doesn't actually control Illyria at the time. Illyria. That word doesn't mean.
Wait, what?
That word doesn't mean that in Latin. But you could say that they were so pissed. Yes, I will get into that. So, while Rome had allied cities, usually Greek cities, previously Greek cities, and some allied tribes in Illyria, as well as tribes that they technically subjugated, but they didn't really incorporate. Rome hasn't yet actually established a proper province of Illyria. So what happened was that when Caesar came, it was more like his lieutenant. Came, wintered a few times in Illyria, tried to get troops from allied tribes, and eventually they left. So Illyria wasn't really conquered then. So the province of Illyricum was only established after his adopted son, Octavian Augustus, actually waged war on Illyrian tribes. So
I was like, I cannot just get behind the name of Illyricum.
yeah, there's the reason why I'm pronouncing it Illyricum.
Illyricum.
That's kind of because that's kind of meant to be the more correct pronunciation. But let's go back to this map because it shows the map of the tribes. So the Romans were allied with the Liburni, and that is significant because later on, when they established colonies in the region where the Liburni were, there are not just a lot of colonies, but a lot of tribal places, a lot of tribal towns and cities were given full citizenship before Caracal's edict in 222. And then never mind, that edict is less important. But the point is that the Romans treated allied tribes very well. Like there are a ton of colonies that were specifically. That's fair. Katsu. But also, hi mod.
Yeah, I don't
You have
know.
to collect candy.
We have been going
from
into the stream for an hour now. So yeah. We just missed
very
the beginning
dependable.
part of Croatia. I think it's fine. The Roman Empire era was really interesting though, because
Yes.
I think it's
there's
I think
a lot
every
I
country
can talk about it.
I think every country who was like under the Roman Empire, after they collapsed, everything kind of changed for them.
Yeah, everything changed, but the old structures and the old idea of the Roman Empire, it remained. The Roman Empire is still huge. There's a reason why that TikTok trend a while ago was like, do you think of the Roman Empire? Because I mean, it was really, it was really, huge empire with a lot of
The
impact.
meme is like so ridiculous though. Like men think about the Roman Empire every day. Like, like what?
Yeah, but so do women. Trust me, the female historians who are into this, they definitely. You're in Mexico, my dear Katze. You're not gonna have Roman stuff there. Jesus. But yeah, so unfortunately, I do not have the map. So let's go to this map. So. Because I want to. Actually, let's first do a bit more of the history and then I'll talk about it. So, only after Octavian defeated several of the tribes, one of which was Dalmate, that I point out here. So, the reason why Dalmate are important is because. So, later on in the province's history, they actually call it. Illyricum et Dalmate, or they just call it the province of Dalmate or Dalmatia. And the region where I live in is to this day still called Dalmatia. So from that same origin. So that's why I specifically point out that tribe. That tribe was one of the enemy tribes, which is why if you look at the places which had a lot of Roman settlement in this province, the region where the Dalmati were has very few. Because the way the Romans did it is that if you were allies, you got so many privileges. But if you were enemies, they instead put sort of these parallel legal and judicial structures. And while you were connected and they were eventually Romanized, they still had less rights. They were still seen as slightly less Roman. Because they used to be enemies. And if we go back to this map, so around here, there was actually, there were several big colonies on the Eastern Adriatic. So there was Pola. Pola became a colony. There was Parentum, which is here. So that is today's Porec. That was a big colony as well. There was Yadera, which is today's Zadar. It's still a big city. It will come up later as well. So there was Zadar. There was Salona, which was the province capital, which was right around here, roughly between the two letters A, between Tragurian and Asphalatus here. There was Epidaurus. There was Narona. I'm missing. I think I'm missing one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 6. Okay, no, I'm correct. And there was the 7th one, which was here. which is Dalmate territory. But this one was special because this one was called Ekum. Again, Ekum. So yeah, I know.
What is with
I
people
know.
with their obsession in the Middle Ages?
Again, the word means so. That word in Latin, from what I remember, means and. That's what it means. It means and. Like you can still find it if you. So if you're in a
So
Western
basically,
university,
the cumans, are the Endermen.
yeah, something like that. No, not Econ, but so the way it was spelled, I'll put it in the Twitch chat. So the way it was spelled was this. But it's read as Ecum. So if for example, if you're at a Western university, and if you want to graduate with honors, like you had like the best GPA, you did so many other shit, you will get the title that you got your master's degree or your PhD, for example, summa cum laude, and that means with all praise, something like that. So it's just a common word in Latin that means something completely different today. But to go back to that colony that I mentioned, the Ekun colony, so they the thing with that one is that it was a colony for veterans. So that was so the Emperor Claudius, who after he conquered Britain, he founded the city for the veterans of the legions. So while all of these were agricultural colonies and like many other places, and that one was too, that the Ekun was specifically for the veterans. It is near my town actually. My town was an Illyrian settlement, and so it was separate. But there are still ruins. If I walk around in the countryside right now in eastern direction from Will, yes, used to express academic distinction. Yes, that's what I meant. But if I go walking towards the east, northeast, something like that, I will still find bits of ruins of that colony. So the Romans left a pretty big, a pretty big trail, pretty big impression here. But anyway, so after Octavian managed to subjugate the Illyrian tribes, he established the province properly. However, the region was very rebellious initially. There was a big rebellion in Pannonia. Pannonia is this one, this northern one, which also had Illyrian tribes. There was a long Pannonian War for 4 years.
Also here,
and then later,
I forgot to say this earlier, but Happy Easter,
yes.
not in Happy Easter to all the people who celebrate it.
Yes, Happy Easter to everyone. I don't celebrate it, so I just...
Yeah, I don't celebrate it either.
Focus on this.
I guess only Christians celebrate
it. Of course Christians celebrate it, it's just that I'm not Christian. So...
I see. Is your family Christian? Or do they follow any religion?
Depends on the family member, because so my mother still believes, she's a believer, a Catholic. However, none of the rest of my immediate family is a believer, except for my older brother, who I don't think I mentioned it to you, but I mentioned it elsewhere. So he used to be a militant atheist back when he was a teenager. Now he's studying to be a priest at a small brotherhood in southern Germany called the Brotherhood of Saint Peter, and it's a cult, more or less.
My God.
Like they weren't even like the
Is he
Vatican
doing
barely even
alright?
recognized them as
Is
a
he doing
no.
alright? I mean,
He
he's in
is.
a
I
cult.
mean, it's a just okay. Let me finish though. It is an officially recognized brotherhood by the Vatican. So it technically isn't a cult, technically, but like arguably all of those are cults. So that's why I put it as that it's a cult. It's also a good thing that he's not here yet. He actually will come back home tomorrow. But it's a turnaround for him.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
stuff happen,
technically it's a
and
cult, but it doesn't work like a cult. I don't know. I just
yeah.
like term cult. It's like really, really negative.
I didn't. I used it for because of that reason. Yes, I do not approve, but it's his life. Can't exactly do much about it. Mother is not happy about it, though, as you might imagine. But although the reason she's not
Yeah,
happy with
funny,
it is
funny
because
that
she wanted him to.
there was like a Christian cult in Vietnam that was like really,
Yeah.
that was like really, really bad, and everyone kind of knows about them. And it was like yeah, it was a Catholic cult, at least kind of like based on Christianity somehow in Vietnam, and it was called Hội Thánh Đức Chúa Trời. Let me translate this to English.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Is your brother 45 years old? No, he's 31. As I said, a lot of things happen. Some of it is because of who he is as a person. Some might be because of some stuff, some experiences that he had. But yeah, that was a 100 to minus 100. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
It's not entirely
I
my story
actually-
to tell either, so.
I actually want to mention
Yeah,
this
go on.
because I guess every people in Vietnam has kind of like negative connotation to like what's like cult because of that specific cult.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I understand. As I said, this is an officially recognized brotherhood, but yeah, so the reason I also put it in a more severe way is because they're more restrictive. Like they do not recognize the Second Vatican Council, which was a council in the 60s, which introduced a lot of changes. Like it allowed people to do masses in their original in mother tongues instead of Latin, for example. So that's kind of the brotherhood he went in, yeah. Life do be cringe sometimes, yes. But let's not talk more about my brother, because let's sidetrack. Again, I'm not religious. Most of my family, immediate family, isn't. I do have some others that are very religious, but I'm not really, with them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, like Mod said in the chat, they celebrate holidays entirely separate from religion, and I mean the thing is that most holidays kind of like based on religion, and just not celebrate them just because you're irreligious. Then it kind of feels kind of wrong, isn't it?
I mean, I don't really celebrate them, but I'm not gonna raid on anyone's parade, so I'm not religious either, but trust me, I know Mexico and Croatia are very much, well, we're a bit more secular, I guess, at least on paper. But let's go back to the lesson. I do not want to go too much into controversial topics.
Yeah.
I like we can talk a lot about it, but it's not at the point of the stream. Anyway,
Well, this is
so again,
controversial. It's the. Oh, sorry, continue.
yeah. So try not to get this song. Don't worry, I'm not gonna get this song. In my case. So there were two big rebellions, as I mentioned, the Pannonian
Try
one,
not
and
to
there
get
was
his
the
own
rebellion.
challenge. I hope your
Yeah.
parents is not watching your stream.
No, he's not. I don't even think he has internet connection. So, so the other rebellion that I want to point out, the rebellion of two Batus. So they were two Illyrian men unrelated to each other called Batu. And they brought up a huge rebellion of the entire province of Illyria.
Oh wow!
So,
So they're kind of like the twin sister who I told you in the
yeah.
previous lesson.
They weren't
Vietnamese
actually
history.
brothers. They weren't actually brothers in this
Yeah, the
case.
two sisters.
They were
It sounded
unrelated.
like the two sisters, two twin sisters, rebel against the Chinese.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, that was a huge rebellion. In their case, they lost. However, so at the time, the Roman Emperor wanted to conquer Czechia. Today's Czechia. So he wanted to conquer this area. There was a huge invasion planned, everything was ready, and then this rebellion started. And so they wanted to get Czechia because of the vast deposits of iron and gold in the Sudet Mountains, which totally has no relation to anything that happens in about 1900 years. Totally, that mountain range is totally not important. That was the mountain range which the Nazis really wanted. That's what I mean, to be clear, because of the iron and metals in general. So yeah, this rebellion stopped that invasion in its tracks. It didn't even really get started. They made peace with the king of the tribe that ruled that region, and the Romans spent 3 years with like a ton of armies just scouring the entirety of Illyricum. And just to be clear, this here is it's not exactly like hugely mountainous, but it is very hilly. There are also a lot of mountains, like this brown stuff, that's where the mountains are. They spent years trying to root them out of there. And so eventually, once they managed it, the region became so peaceful that by the end of the 1st century, there has been no legion stationed in that region.
Wow.
Like, it took... That's how peaceful it was. So that was one of the two only regions in the empire that did not have any legion station. There were auxiliary troops, there were camps for training, usually cavalry. One of them is nearby, one of them is a bit near where I live. I mean, one of them is a bit more north from where I live. But until the Great Migrations that started with the Hunnic invasions, there were no legions in that province. And now we're skipping ahead a bit in the timeline, and that we are going to the Slavic migrations. So again, because it was peaceful, nothing really happened too much. So the early Slavic tribes were said to have lived in roughly this area, so Poland, northern Ukraine. Generally, it's called along the Vistula River, which is where I'm pointing here with the mouse. That's where a lot of the Slavic tribes lived. The southern part of that was also apparently called White Croatia. There was also White Serbia. There were a lot of but I'm not sure about those terms. I'm not sure if they are like, to me they feel like modern historiographers naming things rather than those being the actual names of those regions at the time. Anyway, yes, this is where the Slavic homelands were. And initially, in the first, when the Hunnic invasions
Wait,
happened, which was in the 4th century,
wait,
early 5th
actually, I was
century.
thinking like, forgive me for this dumb question, but are the Polish Slavic?
Yes. I will. I wrote it down here too as well, so I'll get to that. So the early Slavic tribes did not have the modern divisions that we have now. So we do not know their names. We do not know how they were organized. Really, we don't know too much about them. We do know that they were a bit different. So usually, so this is part of the Eurasian steppe, up until here, especially Ukraine. So that is very long, flat land, which is very fertile, and it is very good for cavalry-based armies. There's a reason why the Mongols managed to invade as far as here very easily. They managed to invade into Hungary as well, but besides the mountain range, that this is also very flat land. However, the Slavs were unique here in that they were actually a sedentary infantry-based people. So not really cavalry-based, but infantry-based, which was a bit strange for the region, but it's how they were. That was the culture. And initially, so they weren't they didn't move like the Germans did, like the Germanic tribes, which moved with the Huns and before the Huns and the Gothic tribes. So the Slavs didn't move then initially, but they moved later. The Slavic tribes, so the ones that went to the south, are the ones. It's not exactly easy to conquer, but it's easier than conquering mountains. Yes. So these tribes, so you can see all of these arrows. So all of the tribes that went south are what we call today South Slavs, and they went with another people, a Eurasian steppe people called the Avars, and they were subordinate to the Avars. And the Avars managed to destroy a very important fort city called Singidum, which was roughly here, near Belgrade. And from then, once the Avars managed to invade and destroy that fort, the Byzantium simply couldn't hold the northwestern Balkans. So Byzantium couldn't hold here. That's why Byzantine borders tended to be here up to Serbia in the medieval times. So they did not extend to here. So the initial Slavic states were
I guess
called
the Byzantium was Slavophobic.
Yeah. I mean, it's very hard to hold when you have a huge migration of peoples. It is very hard to hold, territory. So the Slavs that went southwards are the ones that we call South Slavs. So there are three groupings of Slavs: South Slavs, West Slavs, and East Slavs. So the South Slavs, they're not the most numerous, but you could say that they're the most numerous ethnically. So we have Slovenes. The good guys is debatable sometimes. So the Slovenes who are Slavs, but it's a bit complicated, it's a bit messy with them. They would probably know how to explain it better. So you had Croats, you had Bosnians, you had Serbs, you had Montenegrins. You had Serbs who eventually Serbs or Bulgarians. So Macedonians are a special case because they're an ethnicity. They see themselves as separate. However, initially they were probably not really all that separate from either the Serbs or Bulgarians. But eventually, again, they became their own. So this country here, North Macedonia, so that's where the Macedonians are. But the modern Macedonians have nothing to do with the old Macedonians. So the old Macedonians were very much Greeks, with some ethnic mixing. But these Macedonians are Slavs. So, not the, these guys have good focus trees. I wouldn't know. I do not play Hoi 4. But yeah, there were minor groups as well. These weren't the only groups. These were just the groups that survived and
I'm pretty
assimilated
surprised
into
how
today.
in U4 there wasn't like a country called Slavic Empire, and then their objective, kind of like a former nation, and their objective would be like to unite all the Slav together.
That was there is that actually, but that is for Russia. So I think with the latest patch or with the domination patch, I don't remember which one. They added it so that if Russia conquers the Balkans and like up to here, Western Slavs, that they can unify the whole Slavic culture group into one. So you do essentially, if you play as Russia, you can conquer the all of Slavs and become essentially, the Slavic Empire. But no, there is no. Despite some ideas about that, especially in Russian circles, there was never really an idea of a big Slav-only country, There was the idea of Yugoslavia, so a union of all of the Slavs. There was Zapadoslavia, which would be the union of East Slavs. West Slavs, sorry, not East Slavs. Zapad is our word for West. And East Slavs were just, Russia in that time period, so to say. It's more complicated, but that is kind of the basics.
Yeah. I mean, when
But okay,
people
just also
talking
to be
about like
clear.
Slavic people, they always imagine Russia. They always forgot about all the other Slavic peoples.
Well, Russia is very infamous. So I can't blame people for that, but so if you can also see here, the West Slavs are the ones that went here and in Poland. So the West Slavs would be Czechs, Poles, and Slovaks. And with some other minor groups too, like there are Polabians, for example. And then there are Eastern Slavs, which would be Belarusians, Russians, Ukrainians. There were some other minor groups. I'm not getting into that, but yeah, this is the time when the Slavic peoples kind of expanded and settled in different regions. And now we go to the ones that are important for here, which will be Croats. So, what's the origin? We don't exactly know. So, we are Slavs, obviously. Why and how we are Croats, we don't know. There is a traditional legend called the Legend of Five Brothers and Two Sisters, which explains how Croats came to, be here. So it was a tribe led by five brothers and two sisters, and the main brother was called Horvat or Hrvat. And Hrvat is our name for Croats, so that's how we call ourselves. We call ourselves Hrvat or Hrvati, or Hrvatica for someone who is female. So I would be Hrvatica. And however, that's just a legend. So this is also a fictional depiction of Croatians coming to the Adriatic, and it was done by this painter called Oton Ivekovic. Russia still exists, yes. West Slavia never did. Arguably Poland, not really. And Yugoslavia, yeah. We'll talk a lot about Yugoslavia, actually. So here's also the thing. There's also ethnogenesis. I don't imagine you guys in Vietnam know that term a lot or use it because I don't imagine it's that important for you. But ethnogenesis is a term meaning the origin of the ethnic group, and there were a lot of theories for us. So in early Croatian historiography, the prevailing theory was that we were of Illyrian origin.
Yeah. Maybe it's
I mean,
kind of like
that's-
a hybrid between Slavic people and Illyrians or something. I kind of imagine.
It's not really a hybrid, so I'll get to that just a second. So yeah, so we can agree that one day the Croats woke up and say, "I Croat now." I mean, that's basically how it goes for every people. So it's not really a mix. No, it's more like that the Illyrians, the Romanized Illyrians who lived there, ended up subsumed into the Slavic Croatians. So we basically completely assimilated them because there are no words really, for example, no words or no real cultural artifacts in Slavic in South Slavic languages that reflect anything Illyrian, like almost anything. Like I cannot really think of anything. Albanian, who aren't Slavs, from what I know, could be originally Illyrians, but that is also a historically disputed fact. So another theory was that we were actually
So
Goths.
who's like? So which people who's like modern day Illyrians now? Like, or are they like pretty much extinct?
Pretty much extinct, unless it is proven that Albanians are or have a lot of Illyrian in them. They're extinct. Yes, that's how I would say.
It's crazy.
Yeah, really.
Culture just extinct like that.
I mean, they were already Romanized by that point.
Some people.
Yeah. So again, there's a very few properly verifiable sources for that history. So there was a theory that we were actually Goths, a Gothic tribe, because we didn't want to be seen like the other Slavs, and that we were actually just also assimilated by the Slavs, and that's why we're Slavic now. That theory doesn't really hold much water. There are also theories about how we were originally Iranian, because there are some archaeological finds in the Iranian region, which have a name similar to Horvat or Hrvat. But that is very little evidence for something that that is a very far-fetched theory. It's not impossible, but the Slavic theory is generally considered the accepted theory for who and how the Croats were. So the early history of Croatia, so we are now going up to the 7th and 8th century, so that's like a year 700 plus. So the early medieval period. Every sign. Wow, I show this.
Slavic God. Slavic God Croatia. That's usually a combo. Maybe maybe the crows was the original God girls. Oh God, imagine.
Yeah. So in this case, a lot of polities emerged. This map doesn't quite show all of them. So this was the coastal Croatia. That's what we call coastal Croatia now. I've marked it like with this red and white, crossing, just to be clear. This was the center originally of the Croatian kingdom, while it did expand both eastward and a bit northwest. And there was the Pannonian Croatia. how specifically Croatian they were is a bit up to debate, from what I understand, at least early on. And then there were also these smaller places like Pagania here. So Pagania is special because Pagania is comes from the pagan. So they were considered
No shit. Pagania
Croats.
was formed by pagans.
Yeah. So Croats ended up converting to Catholicism relatively early on. It's not sure exactly when. The main source that we have for this time period, I mentioned it later, I think. Yes, here it is De Administrando Imperio, which was a text, a book written by advisors to the Emperor Constantinos Porphyrogenet of Byzantium. However, that text includes several dates for both when the Croats arrived and when they converted to Christianity, and there are no definitive proofs for any of those theories that are laid out in that text either. But it is likely we converted very early on, most likely in the 8th or 9th century at the latest. And that's why Pagania is important here, because they clung to their pagan religion longer than a lot of the others. And we took up where Illyrians left off, because all of these coastal polities, they were pirates. But anyway, so there are both Byzantine and Frankish influences. So the Frankish Empire had both the Pannonian and coastal Croatia as vassals. There was a brief rebellion by the Pannonian Croatia and the civil war with the coastal Croatia. And in the end, the Pannonian Croatia was defeated. But that was like very, very early on. It's really only afterwards that once the Frankish influence lessened, that we get to the more, where kind of the history properly really starts. So when I mentioned that they were, the coastal polities of the Croats, although not all of them were Croats here, to be clear, but the coastal Croatia was Croatian specifically. That gave it a historical rivalry with Venice. So, you know Cleo Aite, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you know Cleo Aite, the VTuber?
No, I don't. I don't know them.
You don't know Cleo?
Yeah, I don't.
She's a pretty big VTuber in Paradox Space. Never
I only know
that's
Lady
something like
Saffron.
that. You only know Saf. Okay. So Cleo is she's also a historian. She actually taught at universities and stuff. A flat girl with love of history. There's that too. She loves Venice. She really loves Venice. She doesn't like Byzantium. She loves Venice. And that's some of the stuff she studied historically, and I'm just like, okay, I see your point. I don't care. Venice sucks. Fuck Venice. That's because Venice.
Venice people OP with trade though. I played Venice.
The Venice was a pivot trade. So I will put it briefly. So when Venice completely stopped being relegated to a Byzantine colony, Venice really tried to conquer a lot of the coastline that we now consider Croatia. And so the reason why they did that, I want to explain this. So when it comes to the Adriatic, so there are several issues. One, is that the sea currents, so they go upwards towards Venice on the eastern side of the Adriatic, and they go downwards on the western side. So if they wanted to send their trade ships towards Venice, and they would be trade ships that were full of goods to be sold in Venice, they will have to go through the eastern Adriatic. And remember, at the time, we didn't even have compass. Going out in the open sea was extremely dangerous. So you wanted to stay close to the shore, and that was why it was way more important for Venice to have the eastern Adriatic, because if they want send ships to other ports to trade, those ships would be empty. It was just much less important for them to, own the eastern side of Italy, because it just wasn't as important. The ships were just the ships usually. There's also another thing that is important, and that is the weather conditions. So this sea is very stormy, and there is this wind. It is a northeastern wind, I believe, called Bura, which is a very, very strong wind. When I say very strong wind, I mean that it goes up to 150 miles an hour in speed. So if you realized that you were fighting the elements, you needed cover. And the eastern coast, as you can see, there are a lot of islands, tiny places where you could hide your ships to weather the storm. So that is why Venice wanted the coastline here, because it made it so that there's another reason, and that is also that if Venice let the coastal cities here be independent, they would threaten its trade. So that's also why Venice wanted to conquer them. Hence the rivalry between us and Venice.
Yeah.
That would be.
I think the Romans had the same idea, right? Like they were trying to take trade from them to Greece.
Yes, but it wasn't exactly the same thing for the Romans, because the Romans initially, their center of power was more south than for Venice. So Venice is here. It's not on the map, but Venice is like here, So to them it is much more. It was even more important. So because the Romans didn't conquer Illyria for a long time, because so long as they didn't pirate too much, I guess, they didn't care. They weren't that interested in conquering it. Venice specifically, because it was not an empire, because it relied that much on trade, that's why it was much more important for them to own this part of the Adriatic. So, here is also where we start with the more historical records that we can definitively find. There were other rulers, but the first dynasty, as we consider it today, was started by Duke Tapemir.
Better do the Venice. Yes, if you can beat them, join them.
Possibly. They didn't do that, but it's how it is. So I do wanna say the names. Some of these names are very funny, because Terpemir means, if you translate it directly, it means he tolerates peace. While that Duke Branimir means that he defends peace. Peace in Croatian and in other Slavic languages is mir. That's the word. So. But it's only so the thing is that just like today, if you're not recognized by a bigger country, you're not recognized really as much of a country. So it's only when the papal emissary gave recognition to Branimir as Dux Croatorum that we can talk about the Duchy of Croatia definitively. And as part of that, because it was the Pope who did it, Western Christianity, so papal Christianity, what later became Catholicism, is what became dominant. So I've already mentioned the Administrando Imperio. So soon after, only several decades, less than a century later, we have the Kingdom of Croatia, or as we put, or as it is here in this map, it is called Kraljevina Hrvatska. That's how we would call it, or Kraljevstvo Hrvatske. So, this is where the traditional historiography is an issue. Traditionally, it is said, especially because of that source, that it is King Tomislav who became king in 925. That is, however, questionable. We don't even know definitively that he existed or that he was crowned. There are some papers in which there is a Rex Tomislav. However, they do not prove definitively because there are just no other material remnants of his rule, and there are
It's
no,
like a Schrodinger's ruler. Where do we go?
yes, and there's also that because of the politics of that time between the Pope and Byzantium, because they were already at odds with each other. That means because it's in a papal document that says that there was like a Rex Tomislav of Croats, Rex Croatorum. However, it could be, if he existed, that he was given that title by the Pope, but not by Byzantium. You know, and that complicates things. If we take the traditional count into question. We can only say somewhere along the line of his successors, as far as I can tell, maybe Krešimir I was the first one, which you could say that there was an existence of kingship. And for about a century and a half, Croatia was a relatively strong regional kingdom. It waxed and waned, it wasn't always the strongest, so initially, as I said, Croatia had this region. If you notice here, Croatia extended to this entire region at its highest power. So that's also because Byzantium was actually the one who initially owned. So this teal color here on this map, that's actually Byzantine. It's not Venetian, it's Byzantine. And depending on the king, some kings were loaned, or rather given a governorship of the coastline and the cities that were under Byzantine power. But later with Petar Krešimir IV, or Četvrti as we would call him, Byzantium outright gave the Dalmatian holdings to him. So that is why the last two big kings completely owned, like this was the medieval kingdom of Croatia at its strongest, especially during these two rulers. And Dimitar Zvonimir, who was the last big king, is important later here as well, because the thing with him was that he married the sister of a Hungarian ruler. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the proper map that covered both Croatia and Hungary. But essentially, this King Koloman I, there might be a different name in English, but I took with the Croatian one. He asserted his claim to Croatia because after Dimitar Zvonimir, he did have a successor, his brother, who died very quickly. There was an interregnum. There was really a civil war, but there was no full ruler, so to say. And it's there was one guy who may have been of the Trpimirović dynasty, who was called Petar Snačić, who claimed kingship, but he was defeated. And eventually, after 2 invasions by Hungarians, the Croatian nobility elected King Koloman I as the King of Hungary. He also did some other stuff. He gave Zagreb, the today's capital, a bishopric, but that's less important. And now I'm condensing a whole ass 300 or so years into one sentence here, the relatively stable period. There were territories lost and regained, like there were several wars with Venice. Venice won sometimes, Hungary won sometimes. This map here is specifically after the Zadar Peace Treaty of 1358, which is when the Hungarians, in it personally, Croatia was the bottom, obviously. You know.
Well, when you think about that, you thought the Polish were had it rough. Croatia seems to have a lot of foreign influence.
Yeah, Croatia had a lot of foreign. I mean, that goes with every country, really, in their own way. But yeah. But Hungary didn't
I think
have.
compared to other countries, like I guess China got invaded by the Mongols and other tribes, but they're still relatively stable. You could say the same for Vietnam. I mean, for Vietnam, there was like a period of 1,000 years under Chinese influence, but it was like a one-time thing. And then there's like invasion, but we repelled them out. But yeah.
Yeah, you've talked at length. In this case, it was a bit different because Croatia was still a personal union means that only the king is shared, and it's not that necessarily everything else was shared. So Croatia and Slavonia. So if you notice here, it says Slavonia or Slavonia, because that's also the region today of Slavonia, and this was then meant as Croatia. So they had their own nobility, which was pretty strong in its own way. They were part of the whole kingdom of Hungary, Croatia, but they were, there wasn't actually that much Hungarian influence, and that is important for later. It was more like an equal partnership in a way. The matters is that no, Croatia doesn't appear as its own country for a lot longer. Oh, if you mean what matters is the protagonist, yes, there is that too. So, that relatively stable period completely ended. It was already ending before, but it completely ended in 1527 because both Hungary and Croatia elected, at least the Croatian nobility and Hungarian nobility, elected to join the
no, the Habsburg. The Habsburg's gonna smack their chins. No.
Well, yeah, it happened. Happy Easter, souls, and yes. How is it NTR? Well, it's a threesome. It's not NTR. It's threesome. Because it's both Hungary and Croatia that joined, right? So it's not NTR. Although I will say it's not all of Hungary's nobility that elected. So the Transylvanian nobility, which is kind of half Hungarian, half Romanian at the time, and some of the Slavonian nobility elected an Ottoman claimant, or rather a Transylvanian claimant who was a client king of the Ottomans, Ivan Zapolya. That's how we call him. He has a different name in English, I forget now. Anyway, so there was also a bit of civil war there too, but for this history, for what's important for us, the main part of Croatia and also Hungary joined with the Habsburg because of the Ottomans.
Of course. Ottomans scared the shit out of everyone. Oh my god.
Yes. They were the Romans of that time for a while.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, actually.
So roughly between 1400 and 1600 was when the Ottomans were actually conquering things. You can see here, this is a map of their conquest. There are a lot of dates which they conquered the different places. My town here is said, I think this is wrong, like, okay, so the problem with my town, it is called C. You can see it here. It says here that it fell in 1524. That is kind of debatable. We don't know when it fell exactly, or if it fell multiple times, like it fell and then was regained and then fell again. But yes,
China
over
was
the
whole
course of
again,
about-
and then it fell apart again, and China was whole again, and then it fell apart again.
Yes,
Reminds me of that.
yes, and the Ottomans conquered up to here. This border is important for something I will talk about later. So this here bit is Croatia now. It's not here anymore. So why I put this as impact of Ottoman conquest, I can talk a lot about the specific battles, the details, blah blah blah. They're all important, but not as important as this. So, as I previously stated and put it here in this map, this was what was considered Croatia proper at the time. This was the center of the power. You would have a lot of capitals, especially around this region. However, because of the Ottoman conquest, that changed. What we now consider the center of Croatia is the northern part, here around Zagreb and Varaždin. That is what became the central Croatia, the biggest, the quote-unquote most important part of Croatia.
Wait, I guess the reason why Croatia have that weird border is because of the
Ottomans,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
It's not just the Ottomans, but I'll get to that. So, because of so Varaždin was initially the capital. It was the most important part, but it had a very big fire. I believe in the early 18th century or like late 17th century, and that's when the power shifted to Zagreb, which is here where I'm pointing. So Zagreb is today the capital of Croatia as well, the biggest city, the most important city. Half of the country's economy goes through Zagreb, essentially.
What the Ottomans did is was like, so I do notice that all the Balkan country really hate Turkey just because of what the Ottomans did, right?
Yes and no. I would say yes and no. So the biggest problem was the Devshirme system. So that was the system through which they got the Janissaries. You can play that in EU4, obviously. So they would initially, especially in this period, they would select young children of Christians who they would take and they would convert to Islam.
Kidnapping children, like they make kidnapping children legal.
Yeah, that changed later on. That changed because they changed their policies. Janissaries got a lot more privileges. It became so that Muslims could become Janissaries as well. So, but yeah, there was that. There were also other things. So there's also the religious and ethnic makeup. So the Orthodox Church was part of the religious setup of the millet system of the Ottomans. The Catholic Church was not. But so basically, if you weren't Muslim, you paid more taxes. And depending on if your religion had a specific system within the Ottoman system, if you were Orthodox, you paid less taxes than if you were Catholic, for example. So that is why Bosnia in particular, so what I'm showing right now, this part here in particular,
they
converted a lot to Islam. So it's not all of them. Like Croats generally stayed Catholic, Serbs generally stayed Orthodox, but a lot of Bosnians changed and became Muslim. So, and when I said that the ethnic makeup changed, I mean it in the sense that there were peoples who were kind of like roaming peoples who did not have necessarily a specific ethnic connotation to them, who ended up in service of the Ottomans as auxiliary mercenaries, and they settled a lot of the borderlands. So they settled here, they settled like the borderlands. They eventually, at least some of them eventually assimilated into, you know, being Croatian, for example, like as far as I understand it. And you know, that's why you know, but the original Croats that lived here, a lot of them at least, they fled to the coastline. So the reason that that's important is because so Croatia has Croatian, our specific, like, I mean, it's Serbo-Croatian, though those are basically dialects of each other. But Croatian has 3 dialects of its own, and they are based on the way you say what. So you have Čakavica, which is ča. Ča is what. There is Štokavica, which is što is what. And there is Kajkavica, which is kaj is what. And initially, the main dialect of Croatian was Čakavica. However, because the people who spoke that generally migrated to the coastline, that dialect became a minority dialect. It is basically dying out today. And the primary dialect, especially once I'll talk to that, once the language was standardized, became Štokavica or Štokavština. So today when we ask what is going on, we say što se događa. So, you know, the što is the main thing. So so the Ottomans changed both how where Croatia was essentially as like the main center of power of Croatia. It changed kind of how population was distributed. You know, it changed a slight bit of the ethnic makeup, because a lot of those people who were the roaming peoples, but there were also refugees from Serbia. There was a lot of Serbia that a lot of Serbs who settled in what is modern day Croatia, and that had absolutely no consequences for the modern times. So, alongside the Ottomans, we had the early Habsburg rule. So I mentioned it earlier, there was a civil war because half of the nobility sided with Austrians and half with Transylvanians. And the Habsburgs kind of more or less won. And the initial period, so that was between 1527 and, you know, the 30 Years' War or so, a bit earlier than that, was dominated by defending against the Ottoman conquest. And initially, those things worked fine. So
Damn.
Croatia was...
All our homies hate Ottomans. Let's end up here with the Ottomans.
Yeah, we'll get to the Ottomans, yeah. The Ottomans were eventually kicked out. However, so so because other things changed in the middle, it was Hungarians. So okay, so here's the problem. So wait, maybe I'll show this better on another map. Okay, this map. So Hungary was the real prize initially, but the reason why, I will explain this. So the Ottomans didn't have maps. They disliked maps. They didn't want maps made of their territories because they feared that if they were stolen, then bless you, please just cough it out already.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. So, the Ottomans didn't want to give more info to the enemies than they wanted. They generally, initially, they didn't even adopt the printing press until like the 18th century. Um, so they needed guides when they went to war. They needed guides, and so the easiest way to travel to Vienna, to conquer Vienna, is through Hungary, because this is flat plains, and Vienna is here. So that's why Croatia was incidental, essentially. So yeah, Croatia was in the middle of it all because it was under the personal union. But yeah, essentially, initially the things worked. You had the Croatian nobility, which was part of the personal union with Hungary, and then that Hungary, Croatia was under union with Austria, and things kind of worked more or less. The Habsburgs more or less did their duties as they were, described, as they were asked. However, things changed after the 30 Years' War because throughout Europe, absolutist movements, so movements that centralized power to the king or the emperor, became commonplace, they became much stronger. And here's where trouble started for Croats specifically, but also Hungarians. So there was a short war between Habsburgs and Ottomans in 1663, where the Habsburg got a lot of help from other realms as well. They got help in Bohemia, in Poland, even France sent some stuff. And they defeated the Ottomans, and they defeated them really badly. However, the Habsburgs did not want to take any land of the Ottomans. And the reason why is because of the Croatian and Hungarian nobility specifically. So if you notice here this map, this shows that the Ottomans owned so much of Hungary and Croatia. And if the Habsburg accepted taking territory, and they could have taken like the entirety of the rest of Croatia and like so much of Hungary as well, they would have had to give those lands to the Croatian and Hungarian nobility, and they did not want to do that. So the Croatian and Hungarian nobility, especially the Croatian one, began plotting to unseat the Habsburgs, and they initially tried to petition half of Europe for help. They tried to petition the French, they tried to petition the Germans, they tried to petition the Ottomans. However, they were unsuccessful. Also, the main guy who was meant to also become king, who was also the most competent amongst the plotters, he was killed during a hunting accident.
Ah, yes, classic. We have the memes.
So,
Have the accident, we have the memes. Oh my god, so it's not just
we genuinely do not know if it actually was a hunting accident or if it was an assassination. So officially we say it was a hunting accident. We know that it likely could have been an assassination.
Especially for a moment.
So, and that didn't help, because he was the most competent one of them. So if you don't have the most competent guy, then all of the people who you might have solicited for help were less likely to help you. So there was also the fact that all of the people that they petitioned, they all said everything to the Habsburgs. The French told the Habsburgs about the plotters. The Ottomans told the Habsburgs about the plotters. And when they
The
honestly
stole
tried
everyone's
to...
chin. Sorry,
Yeah.
continue.
So, no worries. So Habsburgs let them be for a while until they started to try to do a proper rebellion. But once they told the plotters that they were found out, the plotters asked for amnesty because, what else could they do? And initially they were offered amnesty if they went to Vienna to submit to the king. However, they were taken to a town outside of Vienna where they had a trial, which was essentially a mock trial, and they were killed, and the lands that were theirs were in large part taken by the crown and in part distributed to Habsburg loyalists, which meant that now there was no problem for the Habsburgs to conquer more of Hungary and Croatia, because the pesky nobles that would have taken that land, they had they were broken. Like they were left basically landless. Almost landless, not quite, but still. And now we skip again.
Hey, chào bạn. Finally a Vietnamese in my chat. Hey.
Yes, I noticed. Hello. So yeah, now we're skipping another century and a half. Because again, they're really not a century and a half, a bit less than that. So because again, it was still a period of like other countries, there were Habsburg Ottoman wars, Venice Ottoman wars. Actually, that is something that I should mention. So, which is important to the. Thank you for the lurk. I think I'll wait. Do I have a good map which shows? Okay. See this bit here of Bosnia that is on the sea and the rest covered by Croatia? So, during these wars in the time that, between, 17th and 18th century, so there was this polity, there was
Wait
this
a minute.
republic.
Austria is just a bigger. Wait, if you look at the territory, Austria is just a bigger Croatia. Coincidentally.
Yeah. Coincidentally, yeah, we'll get to that, but this little part here that's yellow. So, back in the day, before the Napoleonic Wars, like from the medieval times, there was this republic here at the very south where I'm pointing, called the Republic of Ragusa. And it was a big, important trading city, which was independent, and it was left independent even though Venice did kind of maybe yes or not want to conquer it, but one of the reasons they didn't conquer it was because it was a very big spy city. Every possible spy ever, Austria, Germany, Spain, Italians, French, Ottomans, they would converge in Ragusa because, it was a way to, get an insight into what was happening in the Ottoman territory, because Ragusa was officially at the time
when
a
I
vassal of
when I
the
play
Ottomans.
EU4, I always notice that the Ottomans guarantee
Ragusa, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is, they sought out, so after Hungary lost these territories here, the Ragusans essentially said, we'll pay you tribute and you leave us alone to the Ottomans, and the Ottomans agreed, because it was useful to them as well. So, during these wars, I think it was the second or the first Morean War, which was late 17th century, so it was between 1683 and 1699. And so the Habsburgs completely dominated, and the Venetians, they were about to conquer a whole lot of the Ottomans. They would have conquered Bosnia, Serbia, Montenegro, like it was a whole thing. However, the Ragusans, with their diplomatic prowess, and by diplomatic prowess I mean they were really good at diplomacy in a lot of ways. They knew how to bribe people. And back then, you could bribe people with sweets. That is not a joke. Because sweets were rare. You could, if you learned what type of sweet a diplomat liked, you could get them on your side by bribing them with those sweets.
I guess all the rich people have sweet tooth. I guess that's the reason.
I mean, the diplomats themselves weren't necessarily rich, but yes, there is that too. So, they managed to make it so that Bosnia and Serbia and stuff, that they were part of the Ottomans still, and that so this Dalmatia part, that was at the time, that was Venetian, not Austrian, and the Ragusans wanted to have a little bit of a buffer between them and the Venetians. So that's why this little bit of Bosnia that has access to the sea is there. Even today, that is why later I'll mention it when the communists arranged the borders. They went back to these borders that were established then. There's also a bit of here that was a buffer that the Ottomans had that the Venetians didn't have, which is a matter of dispute between Croatia and Montenegro to this day. But yes, if it weren't for the Republic of Ragusa, Bosnia would have 0 sea instead of 0.1% of the sea. So I just wanted to talk about that real quick. Because it happened between this time and this time. So I put this here as Croatian Renaissance. The term that we use in Croatian historiography is the Croatian National Revival. So the French Revolution changed a lot of things. It ignited a sense of nationalism in the intelligentsia of the of Europe. And initially, so after the French Revolution finished, once again the protagonist, so Sanjanias is mentioning the Ottomans now. They had the plot armor with the Ragusans.
Wait, sorry, who's the protagonist? You've been mentioning that a lot.
So to Sanjanias, the protagonists are the Ottomans, because he's Turkish, so he's repping, Turkey's history.
But who's the protagonist?
He's joking. He's joking. Don't worry. Well, mostly I imagine. So the initial reactions to the initial reason why the Croatian revival started was because there were attempts both to Germanize and Magyarize or Hungarize Croatia. And Croatians, and this is where the thing. So you mentioned Hungarians nowadays claim still that the Adriatic is their sea, and that Rijeka. So the nationalistic Hungarians say that Rijeka, which is a port city. Where can I show it here? Okay. Oh, that's a bad map to show it on. And this one doesn't have a label. Just a second.
Oh, Yugoslavia might be left.
So this is where Rijeka is. Yeah, I figured some, yes, don't worry. So this town, so I'll talk about it in a bit with here. But it's a matter of dispute because the nationalist Hungarians still claim it. I'll explain what happened with regards to that. But they claim that they've always wanted to have access to the sea, and that is not true, because having that much access to the sea, while it was beneficial, it wasn't necessarily as Sorry, I'm talking so much. I should drink some more water.
Yeah, drink the water.
Having access to the sea wasn't that important at the time until the Industrial Revolution. And another thing that's important for Hungary is that, see all of these rivers? That's the Danube on this map. That's the Danube. The Danube goes through like half of Hungary. They already had quote-unquote sea access because they had the Danube. If they wanted to have trade, they could trade through the Danube. Like that, we did that too with our rivers. They did it with theirs. So having access to the sea wasn't as important until the Industrial Revolution. It's only then that they specifically wanted to have access to the Adriatic. But anyway, so the formal start of the Croatian nationalism and the revival is in 1830 with the publishing of the basics of Croatian Slovenian orthography. So this is how we have our specific orthography. So I didn't put it here, but the reason why we have these letters, I will put it in the chat. Oh, sure. The reason why we have these letters is because of this text, and it was influenced by Czech orthography. And once that happened, there were petitions to the emperor, and the emperor allowed newspapers, pamphlets, books. They began being published in Croatian properly. Usually before they would be published in Latin often, or in German or in Hungarian, depending on the situation. Some were published in Italian or French, but now they were started being published in Croatian. And there were also reading places to spread the word and to teach people about the idea of a nation, because at least in Europe, the idea of a nation is actually a very modern thing. Like, there were people who you could say were ethnically Croats, but they didn't necessarily consider themselves Croatians in the modern sense. And this is when, like, the nationalism is when that nation started being built. You know, there's a famous saying that, you know, when the United Italians, the ruler said that they would have to create Italians, you know, and that goes for a lot of other places, not just, you know, Italy. So, the first literary institutions in Croatian were established. There were several important political documents that were drafted, you know, about what the politics of Croatia should be at the time. The start of modern Croatian historiography. So that specific one was started by a noble called Ivan Kukuljević Aksinski, who also, like, he wrote poems. I think he wrote an opera as well. And he was the first person to give a speech in the Croatian parliament, which we call the Sabor, in Croatian. The official language of the parliament in Croatia and in Hungary and in most of Europe used to be Latin until this age of nationalism. So after that, things changed. However, Croatia didn't control modern.
Like,
go on,
I forgot to talk about how the Vietnamese use the, like, alphabet for writings now. I mean, most of it is like French influence, I think, you know, nothing too serious about that. The French took over and the Vietnamese find the alphabet system to be a bit more useful than Chinese characters, because Chinese characters basically have, like, basically the Chinese, we don't really call them alphabet, right? They just so much many, like, different characters. It's like so much more.
Yeah, characters or symbols, yeah. Yeah, there's like, what, 6,000, 10,000 of Chinese characters. It's insane. And you had to learn them by memory. You had to rote learn them, which is insane. There's a reason why Koreans and Vietnamese have different systems, though they have their own. They don't really have an alphabet system. They have the Hangul. And the Japanese have their own insane combination.
The Japanese do have many different alphabets, so, like, hiragana and katakana is kind of like similar to the alphabet system, but they still have that remains of, like, Chinese kanji.
Yeah, the kanji, yeah. And there's the katakana, which is for loanwords. There's the hiragana, which is the basic script for...
Actually, the cool history about katakana is that it used to be the main language of the Ainu peoples. And then it just integrated.
Yes, right, I remember that, yes. And considering what they did to the Ainu peoples, they should be so grateful Because good lord, the Japanese
It's a
were
bit of
terrible to
trolling,
the Ainu.
basically. A bit of war crime. I don't know. What
Yeah,
happened to
just
the
do a bit
Ainu
of war
peoples?
crime.
I think I forgot.
Something similar like to the Cham people in Vietnam. Although the
Yeah.
Ainu weren't as
Just a war
numerous
crime.
and they do still exist. But they're sort of slightly second class. They're slightly second class in the way that hafu, which is an offensive term, it should not be used, but it's the best way to explain it. So hafu would be people who are like half Japanese, half Korean, or half Japanese, half Chinese. The Ainu are second class citizens in that way. They technically have all the rights, but they're still discriminated against. Anyway, that's Japanese history. We'll not get into that.
Yeah.
So, to go back to here. So, in 1848, there were a lot of nationalist revolutions that happened all across Europe. And they happened in the Habsburg Empire as well. And so, the main revolution was in Hungary because the Hungarians wanted to have their own nation and their own country, and they, however, ironically, they did not want to give the same rights to the minorities in their territories. Like, not even to us, who literally had a legitimate parliament, like legally speaking, with a limited autonomy for centuries. So they wanted to completely magyarize their entire territory, while they also didn't want to let themselves get Germanized by the Austrians. So, hypocrisy. Nationalist Hungarians will say, oh no, we weren't nearly as bad with our magyarization attempts. You were still attempting to forcibly assimilate other peoples. How bad it was? Sure, there were others who were worse. It doesn't make you look much better, because just like with the Ottomans, like no one around here likes the Hungarians. Like seriously, like
Man, we're
the
done with that
Hungarians
guy
can be
Ottoman.
salty.
We're done with that guy Ottoman. Hungarian is a boogeyman.
Yeah. Yeah, like, the Hungarians can be salty all they want. No one here likes them. And the current ruling party in Hungary, proudly in their offices and in their memorabilia, like they literally, so during the last World Cup, they literally printed the scarves which had Greater Hungary printed on them. And Greater Hungary means 2/3 of Croatia, entirety of Slovakia, northwestern Romania today, northern Serbia. It's to say that it's offensive. It would be like saying that Croatia wants to have the entirety of Bosnia. And that it printed memorabilia which had a map in which Bosnia was just Croatia. That's the same equivalent thing here, So yeah, the Hungarians aren't the good guys here, although I do understand why they wanted to rebel, obviously. However, in that sense, because of what they wanted, and because that conflicted with what the Croats wanted, the Croats at the time, led by Ban Josip Jelačić, the Ban is a title here, initially kind of a ruling title, later it became an administrative title for the one who rules the territory, roughly around the rank of a duke. He decided that the leading people decided that, so they'll side with the Habsburgs and they will try to extract some privileges and rights from the Habsburgs, in return, which is what happened. There was a set of demands. only one was fully fulfilled at the time, which was the freeing of the peasantry from serfdom. Although it was more like that they had to pay now for the land that they should have just been given, but whatever. And the Hungarian Revolution of 1848. Initially, the Hungarians had the advantage. Then, with us on their side, the Habsburgs gained some advantage, and then they lost it again. And then the Russians came in and fucked shit up and pacified the Hungarians. So, after that,
Yes.
the new emperor, who was 19 years old at the time, Franz Joseph I, forcibly implemented a new constitution and ruled like an autocrat. So he was like the sole emperor, ruling in an absolutist manner. That changed after a while because the Austrians lost against the Prussians, and so they needed to compromise with the Hungarians. And they created the compromise that became the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary in 1867. And here's the historical tidbit that is interesting. So, again, these are the two parts. There's also Bosnia. Bosnia, when it was first administered by the Habsburgs and later annexed. It was administered by both the Austrian and Hungarian part of the realm. But Austria had like 70% of the finances. Hungary had 30%. This is how the territories were split. And Hungary essentially ruled its kingdom like it was its own. Like this was two kingdoms in one. And there was this insanely complicated
Why is
system.
Hungary so poor though, compared to Austria? Even though
What do you
have...
mean support?
Hmm?
What specifically do you mean by that?
Like, they only have like 30% of the economy. Austria is like so much bit more richer.
I mean, that's also because the Austrian lands were richer and more industrialized. However, the 30% that Hungary controlled was fully theirs to control, and, Austria couldn't interfere. That had a lot of consequences. I'll also talk about it later. But before I do that, so the main part is that because of the specific history, because Croatia was in a personal union with Hungary for so many centuries, the Croatians were able to create a special document, a settlement between the rights, privileges, and obligations of Hungary and Croatia to each other. And it was a document finished in 1868. It granted Croatia limited autonomy. There wasn't the biggest there were two sore points. One was that the finances were fully controlled by Hungary, but that was unfortunately to be expected. The other sore point is the status of Rijeka. So Rijeka, again, that's the city here. So the initial draft of the paper was that Rijeka would be kind of an in-between territory. It was meant to be Croatian territory because it was Croatian. However, they were sort of compromising in the sense that they would allow Hungary to administer it. And then the Hungarians, because there was no more time and they didn't want to even negotiate much more, they added, we call it the Riječka Krpica, or the how to put it, not towel, the Rijeka cloth. Essentially, they added a piece of paper on top of the document at the article which delineated who controlled what, so that Rijeka was the was the territory of Hungary specifically, not Croatia, but Hungary. So they essentially, by trickery, ended up legally having control over Rijeka, which is an incredibly sore point for Croats today. It is also that document is the basis why they say that they should have Rijeka, that Rijeka is a Hungarian city, and that that Hungary should have access to the Adriatic. Even though it is not true, historically and ethnically and everything. So, obviously, this is my perspective.
is so
Probably Hungarian would say, "Oh, those Croats, they were irrelevant. They're lying about the thing, even though we're not." But nationalists, am I right? Not that I really the reason why I also have a bit of a sore point about this isn't so much that. I care that much who controlled it, but the problem is that the Hungarians, especially later on, they tried to very much strongly Magyarize Croatia. Like there were protests. There were Hungarian governors of Croatia who tried to Magyarize Croatia a lot, and in protest, students ended up. So at one point, the governor called the Kuen Hedervari, he literally brought a piece of Hungarian land to Zagreb and placed it in front of the emperor, so that emperor, when he would board out of the train, he would step on quote unquote Hungarian land. That's how far that shit went. It was a symbolic thing more than anything, but protests erupted. Like students burned Hungarian flags. Like those students were banned from going to university in Croatia anymore. They went to universities elsewhere, though, just to be clear. So again, it's a sore point. I'm not nearly as irate as a Croatian nationalist would be over this, to be clear, but it's a very messy thing, and Hungarians were definitely not in the right there. But anyway, so eventually, so the Croatian lands weren't quite united, even with Hungarian
I would
lands.
like to ask for a long time now, how bad is the nationalist movement in Croatia right now?
I was going to get to that, but it's very bad. It's very, very bad. Okay, I will spend a little bit of time here just to explain. Let me first finish this slide, okay? Then I'll say about that one thing. So the Croatian lands in Hungary were eventually fully unified. There was a region called the military region, which was under the direct control of the military, but it was eventually united with Croatia in 1881. And from then the country was called the Triune Kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia, even though Dalmatia was still separate, but that was the official title, because both Croatia and Slavonia and Dalmatia were separate kingdoms. However, they were united into one kingdom, and so it was called the Triune Kingdom, or as we would say, Trojan. So to best illustrate the nationalism of today, there is a huge concert in the capital of Zagreb planned, which will have 500,000 people, literally. Not all Croats, there will be people from the region, and old immigrants, descendants of old immigrants for that were in the that emigrated to the Americas and Australia. So some of them will also come, and all of those, basically everyone there, almost everyone there attending that concert, is a huge nationalist.
Wow.
Because the singer who is going to be at the concert, he's called Marko Perkovic Thompson, if you want to find out. He is very much a neo-Nazi. Everyone knows it. Everyone is like, you will see Ustaše black shirts around, a lot of people using Ustaše memorabilia. I'll explain who or what
I guess
Ustaše
he's
are
like
later.
basically Kanye West of Croatia.
Way before Kanye West was Kanye West we know now, but yes, in a way, yes. Like, so his songs usually are very nationalistic, but they tend to at least somewhat try to hide how nationalistic they are, or rather they talk about, oh no, how the country is great. However, the undertone is that Serbia is bad and that Serbia is evil. And there is one specific song, a very famous song. I don't actually know the song because I never cared to learn it, which is called Chavoglave, which talks about killing and driving Serbs out of Croatia, ethnic cleansing. So, and it's almost definitely going to be on the
It's
set list.
game time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He composed it, to be clear, I also want to say he was a soldier in the Croatian army during the Yugoslav wars, but we'll get to that. There's like a century for that. Well, a bit less because, so
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of skipping
Yugoslavia,
over,
baby love.
yeah,
Let's
the first
go.
one. So I'm kind of skipping over World War One and the Balkan Wars because Croatia had no part in the Balkan Wars, and in World War One, Croats were part of the Austro-Hungarian armies. Also, hi Fate. Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier. I was in a whole rant. I've slept this late in years. God, I wish I could sleep earlier. Like I wake up at noon all the time. Anyway, so the first Yugoslavia was a bit of a mess. So first, the way it was formed. Serbia was one of the Allied Entente countries in World War One, and they had an army. They were the only ones in the region that had an army. Austria-Hungary was falling apart, and so out of the territories that were part of Austria-Hungary, that were South Slavic, there was a short-lived country of Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs that was created. However, it had no army, which was the biggest issue. And
How is a
although
country have no army?
because it was the soldiers were in either deserters or in the Austro-Hungarian army still, or Italian armies even. So it was a very, very short-lived country. It was basically proclaimed as a stepping stone with unifying with Serbia. Some politicians wanted a conditionless unification with Serbia. They were also usually Serbian. But it wasn't just them. There were a lot of Croat politicians as well who wanted that. There were some Croat politicians who cautioned against like a conditionless unification. However, no one recognized this country, and eventually, like the unification came and was done without any conditions. So what essentially happened in that sense was that Serbia annexed the other southern Slav countries there, in a way, because again they had the army. But also, so here's another problem, because Serbia was the one of the winners in World War One. One of the things they also said was that if you don't want to unite with us without conditions or in any way, we are just going to conquer up to here. You can't stop us. You have no army. So they would have taken all of this territory for themselves anyway. Just to be clear. So that was also kind of a bit of a problem because no one would have stopped them. They would not have been the allies. The Entente didn't care. Why would they give a shit? They were allied to Serbia, so Anyway, so the official ideology of the country was that it was a unitarist ideology, so they wanted to create Yugoslavs now. There's just one tiny problem with that. So by the time this kingdom of Yugoslavia was founded, initially it was the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, but by the time it was founded,
Communism happened.
No. I want to say the strong national identities along ethnic lines have already developed. So you didn't. So unlike with Germany or with Italy, who united several decades before that, you where you could unite those peoples into one more unified nation, which does have its cultural differences, of course, even inside, but they all still consider themselves Italians or German or Japanese, for example, because Japan had several different minor cultures as well. I don't mean the Ainu there. So because they united much sooner, there wasn't strong regional sentiment, so there wasn't a strong national sentiment that one was a Tuscan first, or that one was a Neapolitan first, or that one was a Sicilian first, or that one was a Roman first. They were able to create Italian as the main ethnicity of
everyone living together happily ever after in Yugoslavia.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. So that's the problem here. This happened much later.
If the first Yugoslavia was so good, why didn't they make Yugoslavia too?
They did make Yugoslavia too. We'll get to it. But anyway, at this point, you had to unite several ethnicities into a super nation, and the way they did that was that they wanted everyone to culturally assimilate into being Serbs.
Of course.
That's what the strong unitaries fought.
Of course.
As you might imagine, that did not go over well. So if you notice here, these were the regions. There was a different setup before, but the regions were specifically divided.
That's why everyone in the Balkan kind of hates Serbs, in a way. Now that I think about it.
But that is true, but let me explain this here. So, if you notice here, the majority people in most of these regions were Serbs. So this is something that the government did. They engineered the regions so that they had the most amount of Serbian population possible in those regions, so that the majority of the regions were Serbians, and that they had, stability that way. So the only three regions which were not majority Serb were Drava, which was Slovenian, Sava, which was Croatian, and Littoral, which was a bit of a mess, but mostly Croatian. So, like here, Drina was Bosnian and Serbian, Vrbas was also Bosnian and Serbian, and a bit of Croatian. Like Croatian would be here, like there were a lot of Croatians here around a town called Bihać. Zetahir was also majority Serbian, Morava was majority Serbian, and Vardar was also majority Serbian. So that's what I mean when I said that that's what the politics were. On the surface, it was a unitarist position that we all wanted to become Yugoslavs, but the point was that the Yugoslavs would essentially be all Serbs who would call themselves all Yugoslavs. And that was not a really super stable country. It did have very good relations with Great Britain and France. That was France traditionally in that time had good relations with Great Britain, France, and Russia.
And Yugoslavia is like one of that anime beach episode where everyone hang out together. But they kind of have the sort of, argument, They don't really like each other.
Yeah, it's all fine. It's all good. Don't worry about it. So, there was also an issue of economic, disparity. So Slovenia, as the region closest to Austria, was the most developed by far. Even today, Slovenia is the richest of the Yugoslav countries. Croatia was the second most developed region, also because it was part of Austria-Hungary, even though in Austria-Hungary it was one of the poorest regions. Overall, Yugoslavia as a whole thing was a poor agricultural country, and it had constant political instability. On one hand, there were the Serbs who wanted complete, like they wanted to be mask off about their aims. That they were the most radical ones. There were the Croats as the biggest minority, who wanted more independence and more rights. So oh, good evening, Boris Bear. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
And in this case, the most prominent Croatian politician of that era, Stjepan Radic, who was the leader of the Peasant Party, he was assassinated in the parliament in Belgrade by a Serb parliamentarian called Puniša Račić, who was how to put it? He was technically punished with house arrest in a palace. So
You know what now?
you can tell that.
Sorry?
So the guy who assassinated the most prominent Croatian politician, this guy here called Puniša Račić, he was quote unquote punished by jail in a palace. You know, he was in a house arrest in a palace. So the government wasn't exactly against what happened. There were some other crises. I'm not gonna go too much into that. It's already gone longer than I wanted the whole presentation, but whatever. In 1939, the Serbs realized, okay, we can't go on like this. We'll have to give at least Croats stuff. So they created Banovina Hrvatska, so that would have included Sava and the littoral here and some other stuff, some minor stuff, into its own super region, so to say. However, at that time, World War II began. And yeah, World War II was a fun time. So initially, officially, for 2 years, Yugoslavia became a part of the Axis. It wasn't really what the politicians wanted, it wasn't what anyone wanted, but they were like, now we can't fight the Germans. However, a part of the army gave a coup in 1941, installed the then still too young Peter as a king, and although they did send overtures to Hitler was like, nah man, nah, I don't want to deal with your shit, and he ordered an invasion of Yugoslavia, which was likely a huge mistake by him, because that meant that it delayed Operation Barbarossa by several months, several spring and summer months. So he couldn't exactly, you know what happened in Russia, you know, the Russian front, the Soviet front in World War II, and how the Soviets eventually beat them back. Maybe they wouldn't have beaten them back if the campaign that the Nazis planned was
I mean,
not enduring.
what's the point of taking over Yugoslavia anyways? Like, there's so many different entities on there.
They defied him.
Like, you cannot really, like, you cannot really rule over that, because there's so many different ethnicities.
Well,
It's
that's
not
the
really
thing. They weren't
resource
really moved. So, okay, so here's the thing. So first off, there was the independent state of Croatia. It wasn't really independent. See this line here, this gray line? That was actually the separation of control between Italians and Germans. So it was ruled by the Italians here to the south, it was ruled by the Germans and the Hungarians to the north, and some of this part was ruled by Bulgaria. They were the real leaders, but basically he just didn't like that someone defied him. But if he had taken the compromise, maybe it would have been better for him. Who knows? It's a what if history, old history kind of deal. Anyway, Yugoslavia folded within a week. Like they didn't stand a chance. And so the so for us here
why did it fall for a week, by the way?
It took a week to die, to be defeated. That's all. Like they just weren't able to fight the German army. That's really it, or the Italian army for that matter. Like it just took a week for them to.
Kind of like the French, when the Germans invaded their land, they were like, nope, and then they fly the white flags.
Pretty much, yes.
No,
So essentially, when it comes to Croatian history, this is one of the darkest parts of Croatian history, and a lot of people are trying to whitewash it, saying that it wasn't so bad, that it wasn't, that it was just a Croatian country, finally independent country after 1,000 years of subjugation by others. So if you hear a Croat talk about how Croatia is finally independent after 1,000 years of subjugation, they're spouting bullshit that they should not believe themselves. Buy some genius, have fun watching football. Tell me later what the result was. So here's the issue with that statement: 1,000 years of subjugation by other peoples. The thing is, while they were Croats, the Croatian nation and nationality didn't exist until the 19th century. There was no 1,000-year want to have independence of everyone else. No one, the ruling people, the nobility, why would they have given a shit about that? If they would have wanted to be independent, they would have been independent because it suited them, not because they were Croatian.
Yeah,
And,
honestly though, the entire Balkan region is like pretty fucked up. Like every nation is kind of fucked up in some way.
It is, yeah. But I mean, these divisions are unfortunate, but like everyone did war crimes against each other. That's the issue. So I think Serbs don't really like Bulgarians that much, or the Greeks. That's because Bulgarians did war crimes against them, and we here don't like Serbs. The Serbs don't like us. No one likes Hungarians, etc. But it's not that. So one part of it is that everyone wanted to be the big dog, to be the most important one, and another part is that there were genuine, crimes done against each other. It's like the problem of today's Lviv in Ukraine, because it was a mostly Polish city in the past, and then a lot of stuff happened both as a result of Soviet influence and German influence and nationalism on both sides. And although now it's a mostly Ukrainian city, both sides did a lot of war crimes against each other. Like, it's currently the way that both countries treat what happened there is kind of like don't ask, don't tell. It's just kind of swept under the rug for good state relations, but everyone was in fault there, and that's why the antagonisms are still today here as well. I've used Lvov as an example of that. But here's the thing, here's why Croatia was perhaps the worst one here. So the NDH, so as we say it here, Nezavisna Država Hrvatska, or the independent state of Croatia, it was ruled by the Ustaše, and the Ustaše were so fascist that even the Nazis were surprised at some parts of it. Like, there were several concentration camps. One of the most notorious one was Jasenovac, which is a place where at least about 70,000 people died, mostly Serbs, Jews, and Roma.
My gosh.
And mind you, that's nothing compared to Auschwitz, but that is still a lot of people. Don't get me wrong, that's a huge amount of people. And that wasn't the only camp, it was just the worst one. And in general, like the
Wow, Hitler didn't expect a woody opponent.
sort of, yeah. But yeah, the Ustasha were horrible, they were like the worst. And they are like the far right. And even today, like the people, the most religious people here today are the ones who tend to be Ustaše. That's in part because they are genuinely that religious, and in part because the communist rule disavowed generally religion. And so while there was religious freedom, you didn't, for example, have religious Catholic religious studies in schools. That was banned because it should be banned. You shouldn't teach that in schools. If you want to learn about religion, you go to a church or a mosque or whatever else, a temple. You know what I mean. Anyway, that's my opinion, though, just to be clear. Anyway, there were a lot of guerrilla groups. There were two main guerrilla groups. One were called the Chetniks. They were a guerrilla group that supported the previous regime. They were given legitimacy by the previous regime of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. However, they were Serb ultranationalists, and they while them and the communists did initially early on cooperate, eventually the Chetniks went over to the Nazis, and everyone was fighting against the communists because the communists were the only ones who actually wanted to liberate people. The first sets of communists were actually Croatians. So in my region in Dalmatia,
Not
there
in
were a
my
lot of
game a
communists.
moment. Mom, get the fuck out of my room. I'm playing Minecraft. I'm playing Gas in the Juice.
Yeah,
Continue.
yeah, no worries. I get the joke. Don't worry. Anyway, yeah, eventually, especially as the
Keep it
situation
in the moment.
deteriorated, yeah, as the situation for the Nazis deteriorated and the Chetniks became masked off in Serbian ultranationalism and war crimes against everyone else, the Allies eventually recognized the communists as the sole beneficiaries, as the sole people who were responsible for resistance in Yugoslavia, and they finally started receiving aid by the Allies, usually through airplanes, airdrops, and by 1945, most of Yugoslavia all of Yugoslavia was liberated. It is said, although that is kind of only partially true, that Yugoslavia is the only European country that liberated itself on its own without outside help. That's only kind of true. The Soviets were already starting to arrive and advancing at the time, but in the end, symbolically for generally, the Yugoslavs did fight their own battles for the most part, and the communists. I mean, there were a lot of famous fights. I will talk about Tito as well. There were a lot of famous battles, but it wasn't without its controversies, which is why I'm staying on this panel. So there is something called in Austria. There's a place called Bleiburg, and that is where the people, mostly Ustaše, not all, but mostly Ustaše, who fled, who wanted to surrender to the British because they wanted to escape the communists, because the communists were going to kill them because Nazis, they were Nazis. And there was a lot of people, though. There was I think several thousand people, like more than 10,000 people or so, who tried to escape the advance of the communists. there were actually some battles fought in the forests, and the Ustash actually managed to beat the communists a bit because they were desperately trying to retreat, and the communists at the time were a bit too overconfident at that moment. But anyway, eventually they settled to Bleiburg. They tried to give their surrender to the British. The British didn't want them. The Italians didn't want them. No one wanted them. There, the Americans didn't want them. They were going to dance to the Soviets, and the Yugoslav communists caught up, and some of the Ustasha there were killed. There was a battle. They were killed, and a lot of them, were brought back to Croatia. That is called here the way of the cross, like it refers to Jesus as path of the cross, when he had to carry his own cross to where he was crucified. So that it's named after that, in which also a lot of people died. However, it did tend to be that the ones that died were usually the Nazis, because like I know from my family's example, although that is still how to what's the word? That's still a personal anecdote. It's but in my family, my mother's uncle was part of the Domobrani. Domobrani were the quote-unquote official army of the independent state of Croatia. And although he did run like with the rest of them because he was part of the army, he got back home safe and sound. He was not harmed, even though he went through the same way of the cross. Don't get me wrong, the partisans, the communists, it's not like they did no crimes. That was a terrible thing what happened there. However, generally, again, most people that died during that were Nazis. So, personally, I don't really
Nothing of
sorry.
value was lost.
Nothing of value was lost. But yeah, so afterwards we're going to the second Yugoslavia and the Chad, the legend, the controversial and not perfect figure called Josip Broz Tito, who was Croatian ethnically, by the way. I think Croatian and Slovenian in some parts. So he was a long-time communist, worker. He ended up getting to the top of the Communist Party. Eventually, he was even in USSR. It's a very complicated life he led. In fact, actually, fun fact, something that is not said is that during the World War I, he was actually drafted in the Austrian-Hungarian army. So he fought against the Serbs until he was injured and then left and deserted, I believe. And that is something that was hush-hush during the Second Yugoslav era, because in this case it was also a unitarist Yugoslav idea, at least initially, through brotherhood and unity, the national slogan. However, this was a legitimate one. This wasn't a mask for the Serbians. This was legitimately, we want to be Yugoslavs. We want to create a country for all Yugoslavs. So the modern borders that we see today were established by communists during World War II. So there were a lot of councils between various groups that consisted of the Communist Party, because you had Croats, Bosnians, Slovenes, Serbs, Montenegrins, etc. And during a lot of those meetings, they ended up hashing out the borders. They are the borders that we still have today. In case of Croatia, they were based on those old borders that were drawn up between Habsburgs, Venetians, and Ottomans. And that let Bosnia have that little bit.
I have like an impression that Yugoslavia is kind of like a hybrid between communism and nationalism.
Not nationalism. It was so. What you mean? If you mean communism and capitalism, then yes. But we'll get to that. So, initially the plans were to have rapid industrialization in a Soviet-style 5-year plan. So that
more
was
like
initial because
pan-nationalism. I don't know. It's a bit
I mean there was
confusing.
pan-nationalism in terms of becoming Yugoslav. That there was that, but um, you know, it was communist at its core in a lot of ways. But let me get to that. So, because I will explain. Okay, I have things to explain here. So, initially they started the collectivization along Soviet style. They started industrialization. However, Tito and Stalin. So there were already issues with that. They didn't necessarily already like it. However, Tito and Stalin split in 1948. A lot of the reason why was because Tito supported the Greek communists and Stalin didn't want to. He wanted to keep sort of good relations with the Western allies, and one of his concessions was that Greece wouldn't become communist, even though it had a huge popular communist movement in the 40s. And Tito and Stalin had a huge role. And from then on, while Yugoslavia was technically on the other side of the Iron Curtain, that wasn't exactly true. Like Yugoslavia was a lot freer of a country. Don't get me wrong; it had its own secret service. It had its own secret prisons. It wasn't exactly like perfectly free or anything, but the borders were free. You didn't need passports to go inside the country. You know, you could go outside of the country freely. Like it wasn't banned or anything. Like it was in a Soviet puppets and Soviet Russia a lot. So fun fact is apparently, so this is not necessarily true that it happened this way, but Stalin sent a lot of people to try to take out Tito. And Tito was like, okay, you've sent so many of those to me, they all failed. I will only need to send one person after you to kill you. And that's apparently what happened, that he said. And after that, the attempt stopped. So once Stalin died, Yugoslavia was sort of rehabilitated, but Yugoslavia still tried to play off, the Western powers and the Soviet Union. And that's why eventually in 1960s, Yugoslavia, Egypt, and India became the three leaders of the non-aligned movement, generally considered today the Global South. One of the things that happened with the industrialization was that Tito wanted completely like a national Yugoslav arms industry. Like Yugoslavia produced all of its own weapons at the time. In general, there was a huge increase in living standards, education, and literacy. Like Yugoslavia went from one of the least literate countries and least educated, to one of the most educated and literate countries. Like in 1945, there were a total of like 3 universities across all of Yugoslavia. By like 1970 or so, there were 158. Like that's a huge increase in education for the people, huge increase in living standards, and the unique economic plans by Yugoslavia were kind of a mix between, like, they were basically trying to do market socialism. You had internal markets, you had some sort of competition, but the intent was that building up industries still through a communist style plan, while keeping like a little bit of competition between them to improve them.
That's basically our economy right now.
Yes.
That's basically our economy and Chinese economy right now.
Yeah, but again, in your case and in China's case, the economies are a lot more capitalist. Let's be real nowadays. While the ideology and the rule might be communist, the In the end, the system is now a special capitalist because everyone is integrated into the capitalist machine now. In particular, this was slightly different. This was not as much capitalism at the time.
This
would have
time, for
perhaps if
sure.
Yugoslavia-
Choose socialism. Actually,
Yeah.
was the pipe thing? Never mind. Revert all of that.
No worries. It was just a joke. Don't worry. Anderson Talisca. So I guess a player he supports scored a goal. Nice. Anyway, so again with this, the national slogan was brotherhood and unity. Bratstvo jedinstvo, as we call it here. It was like this attempt to kind of unite the Yugoslavs into one people, but even the party leaders realized that that would not be the case. Like I think in 1952, the party leaders, including Tito, wrote in the national census that they were Yugoslavs. In 1961, Tito himself, the first one to write, in the census data for himself, he wrote that he was a Croat. So it was it was impossible to create a Yugoslav identity. Yeah, it is Tito. Yes, it is Tito. And there was this event in Croatian history, specifically called the Croatian Spring. They wanted more of true socialism, as they called it, more reforms to bring back to, in some ways, liberalize like politically things, while also making like the economy more socialist, more communist. It was a bit of a mess. And Tito did initially support it, but later, because of especially Serbian factions in
we
the
should go with
Communist
socialism,
Party.
but we went socialist enough. Basically.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, again, initially Tito supported that. He was in favor of it. But later, especially again due to the Serbian factions and something that happened with the Communist Party is that the Serbs weren't actually a majority in the Communist Party initially. However, a lot of people ended up after the war ended up wanting to become careerists, and so a lot of Serbs ended up in the Communist Party. And most of these, so something that I didn't mention is that Yugoslavia had both a shared army called the Yugoslav National Army, or the JNA, and they had territorial defenses which were staffed with the ethnicities of their countries. And although the JNA was meant to be also very much multi-ethnic, it was Serb-dominated. It had like 60+% of Serbs.
And every problem comes with a Serb. Of course.
Yeah, there's an issue. So, Yugoslavia had several constitutions. I'm pointing out the third one specifically because it essentially turned Yugoslavia from a federation to a confederation. Essentially, all of the republics that were part of Yugoslavia, including Croatia, became technically independent, but together in a union that is Yugoslavia. And it enabled legally the potential independence of republics. This is something that's an issue, for example, for the Catalans in Spain, because, personally, I support their independence if they really want it so much. Like, I think it could be a bit silly, but whatever. But in Spanish constitution, there is no legal.
The Catalan managed to do it.
Yeah, they didn't exactly manage to get independence, but anyway. So there is nothing in the Spanish constitution that lets them have independence, unlike here, which this constitution is. So, and eventually, after 35 years of rule.
Because this about time.
Tito
This time in Spain. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. So yeah,
I like to make
Tito
jokes.
died.
As you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, again, in the end, Tito died, and because Tito was not just like, he was basically the one thing holding everything together. He was the only one who had the legitimacy and the charisma and the history to back
He got level
himself
100
up.
risk.
Yeah. And he was also the one who had good relations with a lot of other people. Like, for example, Yugoslavia got a lot of cheap gas from Libya because he was very good with Muammar Gaddafi. But that changed in the 1980s. There were a lot of other economic issues in the world at the time. And
Sorry? Wait, you kind of muted. Let me chat. Actually, I wanna leave the chat. Oh yeah. Wonder what happened. Maybe it's audio. Oh wait,
because
oh,
I think it's something on your end.
yeah, it's something on my end. Like, why the hell did my Discord get muted? I fixed it. Alright, never mind.
I have no idea. Okay. Just as a recap, short recap. In the 80s, there were economic issues. The economists and the people, they tried to fix things and they were not able to. The IMF didn't help. The freeing the markets didn't help. And the nationalism slowly but surely started erupting in the 80s, and then we got to the 90s. So in the 80s, actually, the biggest issue, the biggest problem were actually the Serbs and the Albanians. So there was a big rebellion in Kosovo. The Serbs violently brought it down.
That's why Kosovo
It was not good.
hates Serbs so much, yeah.
It's not just that, but yes, there is that too. So, I didn't put in any notes because there was so much that I would have to put in.
Hey,
Then I
Dr.
decided,
Jenna.
okay, here's the map.
Thanks for coming to our stream.
Hey Dutch, yes. Hey Dutch General, thank you for coming. So, yeah, I was just like, yeah, let's have the map and then I'll just try to explain as best as I can what happened. So, yeah, most stable country, yes, absolutely. This whole stream is Croatian history, so I'm generally focusing on Croatia, but Croatia was part of Yugoslavia, but okay. So
Yeah,
that was
that's
the in the
general.
80s.
That's
So,
general. Yugoslavia is like a
yeah,
huge fever dream, I think.
yeah, it is. So, okay, so what happened was, at the head of the Serbian Communist Party came Slobodan Milošević, or Milosevic, if you will, Milosevic. You might have heard of him. He died in The Hague because he was persecuted for war crimes and for genocide. So the irony about him is that him and his party cadres, they were careers. They were like, okay, how do we consolidate, how do we keep Yugoslavia going after Tito died? And they went to the tried, true, and tested method of Serbianization. They wanted to, again, make everything greater Serbia.
The thing is like,
Which totally...
my god, like the self-really thing, certification is like the magical button to solve our things, isn't it?
Yeah. And so that was the thing. So the irony actually is that Milosevic himself wasn't really all that big into the greater Serbia thing. He just did it for the politics. He
did it for the
actually
memes.
The politics.
Yugoslavia
Well,
3, Electric Boogaloo.
Yes, exactly. But his wife, apparently, she was like extremely Serbia, like super Serb superior. Anyway, so initially, again, so they put down the Kosovo revolt, and then So there was a huge amount of propaganda aimed at the Serbs in the other republics, mostly Bosnia and Croatia, about how the Croats and Bosnians would just completely ethnically cleanse them. And that wasn't necessarily wrong, but they made it a self-fulfilling prophecy. The Serbs started escalating, and then everyone else started escalating, and then Serbs escalated again, etc., etc. So initially, Croatia was very silent about everything. So Slovenia was first the biggest opposition. However, Slovenia was also far away. And when the 1990s came around, like 1990 specifically, a lot of things happened in succession. So first, Slovenia was the first one to move for independence, for full proper independence. The territorial, so I mentioned that there were territorial guards, so they were the territorial armies of the republics. They were all disarmed. Well, not all of them were fully disarmed, but there were a lot of barracks that were, and those weapons went to the Yugoslav National Army. Again, not all of it. There were a lot of people, a lot of usually Croat and Bosnian soldiers who tried to take as much as they could and escape with it. I should also say that that Yugoslavia was under arms embargo when the wars really started. And although some countries broke that embargo, Austria broke the embargo. Austria sent weapons to Croatia. But anyway, so by 1991, even in Croatia, like there were new elections, the Croatian Democratic Union won. Although, so initially, a less right-wing Croatian National Party was supposed to be at the head. It was meant to be led by a Croatian reformer famous from the Croatian Spring that I mentioned two decades ago. However, the guy who is now venerated as the father of the country, Franjo Tudjman, ended up kind of out-politicking everyone and ensuring that his Croatian Democratic Union was the victor. So the important stuff about Franjo Tudjman was that he was actually a communist general in World War II. He advanced through the ranks of the army very quickly. He was initially very big into the communist ideology. However, eventually, like after he became older, he turned into a full Croat nationalist. Like completely Ustash, everything. Like he bought full into the whole idea of 1,000-year long wait for independence and shit like that. So he became the leader, and initially, so what happened is that the rebellious Serbs late in the 1990s they started what we call the Balvan Revolution. So they basically took down huge trees and blocked roads because Croatia's shape. So this purple territory, this is where, and this also territory here, that's where most of the Serbs lived in Croatia, coincidentally. And because of Croatia's shape, they were able to effectively block. Yeah.
Sorry, it was
the regions of Croatia. Yeah, no worries. Again, they were able to disconnect Croatia from its parts, and in a lot of ways. And they started a rebellion. There was an attempt to reach a peaceful resolution. It failed. And then the Yugoslav National Army invaded with the Serb rebels. And they, in particular, invaded here. They started bombing and destroying Vukovar, which today is seen as the city of sacrifice in Croatia. And it fell after a roughly 3-month-long siege, after which the Serbs, they executed a fair few war crimes. Like there's this place called Ovčara, which was a setup for Yeah, convenient baseline. It was a set of land, it was farmland for sheep. It was pasture for sheep, and they executed several hundred people there, or they over time, during the shelling of Vukovar and attacking like this region here, they killed thousands. They shelled hospitals, etc. However, because they ended up being stuck at Vukovar when it comes to the for the most part, they couldn't advance forward more because Croatia managed to consolidate its army at the time. In the meantime, Vukovar was this is a slightly controversial thing. So there is a theory which has some credibility, but not necessarily all of it, that Vukovar was sacrificed because there was an attempt potentially to get reinforcements because before that was called off. Whether those reinforcements would have been enough or not, we don't know. So that's why I'm putting it. It's a theory which has potentially some credibility. That's how I'll put it. And so the war ended up, even in 1991, in Croatia at least, it ended up as a stalemate. So these purple regions were controlled by the rebellious Serbs and the Yugoslav National Army. And most of the war, although mind you, there was still shelling, there were constant attacks. Split was attacked from the sea. Split is the capital of the region of Dalmatia. Dubrovnik was sieged by Serbian and Montenegrin armies. Montenegro was essentially controlled by the Serbs at the time. And, it's not like the war didn't happen for a long time. However, for the most part, the battlefields, besides some smaller parts, ended up, in a stalemate, despite all the war crimes. Most of the war shifted to Bosnia, where most of the worst shit happened. So, as you can see here, this is the glaring red is the Republika Srpska, which is also the entity that exists today. They tried to completely conquer Bosnia and ethnically cleanse it of both Bosniaks and Croatians, like Croats. So one thing that's not exactly mentioned in Croatian history publicly is that Croatia actually, for a short time, went to war with Bosnia over this region, which is Herzegovina. You've seen the country Herzegovina in EU4, but at the time, they wanted to get that Herzegovina to Croatia, which eventually they brokered a peace between the Croatian army and the Bosnian army, and what's it called? Herzegovina still became part of Bosnia. Eventually, it was dissolved. However, Croats also did war crimes there as well against Bosniaks as well. Everyone did war crimes here. Everyone. The Bosniaks also did war crimes against Croats and Serbs. The biggest problem for Bosnia was
how
Sarajevo.
many Herzegovinic pupils are still alive today?
How many? What? Sorry?
I cannot pronounce Herzegovina. I cannot.
Herzegovina. So, okay.
How many people are still alive? I assume they are.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of from what I understand, Herzegovina is still a decent bit Croat. Although compared to previously, there's only 7% of Croats in the entirety of Bosnia. There were more before. A lot of Croats from that region ended up as refugees in Croatia, and a lot of Croatians ended up as refugees elsewhere. So I'll talk a bit about that a bit later. But anyway, so there's people in Herzegovina. Don't worry. For Bosnia, the biggest problem was Sarajevo. Sarajevo was under siege for almost 4 years. it had to get, so as you can see, it was almost completely surrounded by Serb forces. It had to get a lot of aid by, foreign planes, via airplanes. It was a terrible siege that lasted for a long time, and it was never kind of quite finished. So eventually, 1995 rolled out, and the Serbs were on the retreat. They were just not able to control or attack anymore. And so in Croatia, there were two big operations that happened. One was, just a second, one was Flash, which liberated this part of the country. And the other one, a couple months later, was called Storm, which liberated this part. So here's the controversial part. As a result of those operations, whether intentionally or not, Croatia was mostly ethnically cleansed of Serbs. So while the Croatian leadership did call on the Serbs to stay, you could argue that that is the same as the Azerbaijani leadership calling on Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh to stay. You know, there is an argument to be made there. Like, the Serbs would have potentially been fine if they stayed. They might have been outright ethnically cleansed if they stayed as well. In the end, what happened was that like 250,000 or so Serbs left that region in large convoys. There were some war crimes that happened to those convoys as well.
My
Just to
God.
be clear.
Like they already left. Like, why don't you just leave the people alone? Like, what the fuck? That's fucked up.
It's fucked up, yes, but the only thing I can say is that it was war, and some people, it wasn't the doctrine of the army, but even still, some soldiers and some even aside from the fact that, again, it was very likely that they would have been forcibly ethnically cleansed, once they were already left, like what were you supposed to do? But there were people, there were pilots in planes who ended up bombing or striking some parts of those convoys, and that has never been forgiven or forgotten by any of the sides there. In Bosnia, there began preparations for the same kind of military victory to happen, or rather that the Croatian and Bosnian army together would liberate Bosnia from the rebellious Serbs and the Yugoslav National Army. However, then the Dayton Agreement happened. So the Dayton Agreement happened, and it basically made it so that everyone was at peace. And Bosnia was divided between the Bosnian part and the Republika Srpska part. And is the reason why Bosnia is the mess that it is today. I shall not say any more on that, because I don't want to talk about that kind of thing on stream more. However, in the end, in 1995, the war was finished, but just before the Dayton Agreement happened, there was the genocide of Srebrenica, or Srebrenica, I guess, if you want to pronounce it in English, right? Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't heard a lot about genocide in the entirety of Yugoslavia.
It's true. There was
but
there were a lot of
like
war crimes.
so many. It's hard to keep
Trust
track.
me.
I just heard that it's really fucked up. And then
It is, but okay.
don't want
So
to think about
the
it
reason why
anymore.
the reason why I specifically mentioned Srebrenica is because, so again, a lot of war crimes, a lot of ethnic cleansing, all of it happened, all sides did it. Srebrenica was the worst because somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 men, and solely men, refugees from other parts and people who lived in Srebrenica, Bosnians, so Bosnian Muslims or Bosniaks if you want, specifically 6,000 to 8,000 men were killed, and women taken captive. Because the
God.
point was to make it so that they would be given to Serb husbands and take out the Bosnian out of them, you know, in that way. So that's why I would still say it's absolutely a genocide because of the way it did. Like a lot of the rest stuff, ethnic cleansing, yes, sure, killings, mass killings, war crimes, etc., crimes against humanity. But that specific instance was
I don't know,
definitely genocide.
I don't know, just killing people was just genocide. It's already bad enough, but killing men to steal their woman away from them is like another level
Yes.
further.
Yeah, that's genocide again. And so all of the men, it didn't matter what age they were, young, like kids, men, old men, everyone was killed. And specifically Bosniak Muslim. So that's what happened there. But in the end, yes, the war was finished, peace returned. However, again, all was not well, but I will not go much more into that. Bosnia is a very dysfunctional country, as it is, and I have some thoughts about that. Okay, Twitch chat is just reconnecting me again. Okay, never mind, it's fine. Seems like I had a few drop frames. Anyway, there is one last thing I want to mention about the Yugoslav Wars. Again, this is just a very brief overview of what happened because there's so much that happened. So, Serbia, believe it or not, Serbia has never paid war reparations to either Slovenia, Croatia, or Bosnia. And that begs the question why? Why would Serbia not pay war reparations? Besides that they wouldn't want to pay it, but who wants to pay war reparations, right? And the reason is simple. Because no one who was part of the Serbian forces in Serbia proper, nor the Serbian army, nor the Serbian territorial defense, none of them went to war in Croatia and Bosnia. Officially. The soldiers who were part of those groups, so this is a legal thing. So the soldiers who were part of the Yugoslav National Army or who were part of the Serbian Territorial Defense or other such stuff, they did go to war. They definitely helped the rebellious Serbs and the Yugoslav National Army. However, Serbia itself, officially, because of how the legalities work, never was at war either in Bosnia or Croatia or Slovenia. So they claim that they have no reason to pay war reparations.
Wait, what? I'm still trying to wrap my head around this,
Listen, in every way, except the most technically legal way, Serbia was at war. Like Slobodan Milosevic, he wasn't the head of the rebellious Serbs, he was the head of the Serbian
It's kind of like
Communist
Russia
Party.
declaring the Ukraine war as a special military operation.
Pretty
guess
much,
so.
yes, pretty much. Pretty much, yes, pretty much that. So again, that's why they've never paid any war reparations, even though they should. Oh yeah, also, by the way, the president, prime minister, president of the country that is now today, Vučić, he was not only a protege of Milosevic. In 1995, he called on Serbs in Croatia to commit genocide against Croatians, that they will kill 100 Croats and Bosniaks for one Serb dead. It is a well-known fact. There are records of it. You can probably even find it on YouTube. And he's now the leader of Serbia.
My God.
So, yeah, fun times. Anyway, so that's it about like the history. So now we go a bit about modern Croatia. Modern Croatia has not quite recovered from the Yugoslav wars. A lot of that is because of the ruling party, the HDZ, the Croatian Democratic Union. They're kind of Christian Democrats. That's kind of the official ideology. They're an incredibly corrupt party. I do not feel it controversial to say that outright. They are a corrupt party who have been legally. So during there was a previous prime minister in the 2000s called Ivo Sanader. During his reign, the corruption was so bad that eventually, because we wanted to join the EU, the party was like, okay, no, we gotta arrest him, we gotta show that we're fighting against corruption. He tried to flee and he failed. However, his party, so the Croatian Democratic Union, the ones that are still in power right now, and were voted in like a year and a half ago again. They didn't rule the entire time, to be clear, but they ruled for most of these 35 years. They were so corrupt, and they are still so corrupt, that because of that previous prime minister, they were sentenced at court to be called an, how to put it, a corrupt organization, like how to put it, it's not evil, it's essentially they were officially legally declared a corrupt organization that did damage to the Croatian people, because they siphoned so much money and so many assets and deindustrialized the country so bad. You know, they were legally, convicted of that. And, well, the thing is, a lot of people still subscribe to them because they are the nationalist Croats, ideologically. So, yeah, they still rule us. They're still as corrupt as ever. I could go into, I could go into so many of the corruption scandals that have happened. God, I would spend another 3.5 hours explaining all of those. Anyway.
Oh yeah, so anything interesting about Croatian culture?
Yes, I will. I only took a few tidbits. I only took a few tidbits. That's the next slide, and that's the last slide. I just also wanted to comment a bit about modern Croatia. So, we've been a NATO member since 2009, so we technically have the support of the US. Not really, but we are an EU member state as of 2013. That is probably why we're not as poor as we probably would be. We are extremely economically dependent on tourism, like 20 to 25% of our GDP is based on tourism.
So what is the background on that? Why is the country so dependent on tourism?
I will show that in the next slide. It will be pretty obvious. So pre-war, the population was 4.7 million and rising. Now, as of the last census, without counting migrants, the population is 3.9 million and declining. It's less than 3.9 billion. I just rounded it up to 3.9. So a lot of that is due to immigration. People are leaving for places where they can earn better lives. A lot of that is that we're a lot older as a country now. There's a lot fewer people born, etc., etc. And we're ethnically homogeneous. Like 92% of country is Croatian. Ethnically, just completely ethnically, and a lot of that is the result of the USO wars. And now, finally, a couple of tidbits. So, see that beach there? That is one of the most famous beaches in Croatia, at a place called Bol on the island of Brač, and that is why the country is so dependent on tourism. There is a huge
a lot of coastline here and lots of islands. I can imagine, right?
Lots of islands, and it's a beautiful coastline. Like I mentioned, it's beautiful in Vietnam. Coastlines in general are beautiful.
Yeah.
If you ever visit, it will be worth visiting.
Like so many islands.
Yes, just like Just like Turkey, yeah. But no, seriously, like there's a lot of places, and mass tourism is a huge thing. There's also a lot of culture, like you have all of these remnants of the Roman times, you know, of medieval periods, and there is a lot of history that we can also talk about. So that was like the top right. So that's what I wanted to put in as far as cultural tidbits. We also have a very unique emblem. So first is we have the chessboard, the red and white chessboard. I also want to say, if you see a flag with this emblem, and the first field, this field that I'm showing now, if that field is white, and then the next is red instead of this one, if the first field is
Really
white,
pops
that
out.
is a neo-Nazi flag.
like-
That is a
what?
neo-Nazi emblem. So here's the thing: the official colors. So
I was
when
thinking
you
like
have
the
this
checker
chessboard-
pattern really pops out in your face, but what is
Yes,
that?
it's a beautiful pattern. But here's the thing that I want to stress. So the official legal checkerboard pattern for Croatia starts with the top leftmost part to be red, because that is meant to be the modern Croatia. If it starts as the white field, white tile, then that reflects the Ustaša government of the independent nation of Croatia. So if you by some chance spot a flag and it has this emblem, and the emblem starts with a white tile, it's a neo-Nazi one. So you're around neo-Nazis then. I'm just gonna say it but otherwise, I just wanted to warn you about that. Otherwise, it's a beautiful emblem, the checkerboard pattern. This is the official one, and this also reflects the regions of Croatia. So the three lions here is Dalmatia. This is Slavonia, which has its own special animal. This is Istria with the goat. I believe this is Dubrovnik or Ragusa, and this is, I believe, Lika and central Croatia. So a pretty lovely emblem. There's just a bit of a historical issue I wanted to point out. So another thing I wanted to point out. So remember way back at the start of the presentation, when I said that the foreshadowing is a narrative technique. So here's something you might not have known. So I think it was during the Napoleonic period, there was or maybe even earlier, like 30 years period when that kind of started. So the Croatian cavalry and infantry that are kind of the mercenaries or drafted into the armies of the Central European countries and up to France, they always wore specific ties that later has been called a cravat style in the West. So these neckties that everyone wears now are of our origin.
Dang, interesting.
Like the English call them ties, but we and everyone else calls them ties.
We also call it carabat here, actually.
Sorry?
We also call it carabat.
Yeah, cravat, yeah. That's probably because the French call it cravat. And cravat is because cravat, Hrvat. You know, very similar. So that's why we also call it cravat, and that is the origin is us. Yes, it does, because Croatian soldiers were wearing it on battlefields, and it came to the French fashion in sometime, I don't know, 17th, 18th century, and then they adopted it, and everyone comes from, and everyone now wears cravats. So I wanted to point that out.
Like in his myth said, I just like how this woman put two beautiful women on the slide, lesbian demons one on your mind.
I was like, listen, if I'm gonna show cravats, I'm gonna show them in the most beautiful way possible.
But is that true? Are you like a lesbian?
I like both. I mostly prefer women, but I like both.
I see.
I like everyone. Okay,
Yeah,
that's how I want to
for
do.
me, I'm bisexual, but I do prefer men, so yeah,
That's fair.
it goes
That's
both
fair.
ways.
Anyway, let's finish with the last couple of things. So there is one thing that I also didn't put in, but I will explain, because you will have heard it almost certainly at some point. So in the bottom left, we are a football obsessed nation. This
Actually,
is
there's
an
one more
image
question.
of from the World Cup getting silver
There's
at
one
the
more
World
question.
Cup.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I want to ask about like what is like the LGBT rights in Croatia?
All right, I didn't mention that. When it comes to laws, the rights are pretty good. So
That's
it's
surprising
because
coming
of the
from
EU.
a conservative country.
Yes. Yeah, the country, socially, it's very conservative overall. There are parts that are less conservative, like in the northwest and in Zagreb, but in general, it's very socially conservative, nationalist kind of thing. So, it's a high zone.
But it's not really like how conservative in America they're like kind of like bigger to LGBTQ pupils because they kind of like a scapegoat for them. But I guess that kind of problems doesn't
Here
really exist here.
So here the question is more swept under the rug. It's not important. People more like ignore it than do anything about it. There are genuinely far-right nut jobs who want to implement a lot of extremely conservative shit. However, they have not been successful, in part because whenever a group of those came into power as a coalition party of the Croatian Democratic Union, sorry, they proved themselves to be so incompetent and so irrelevant that everyone stopped voting for them. And in general, the far-right jobs are too incompetent to really do anything. And even the Christian marches didn't manage to do damage like they did in Poland. Abortion hasn't been banned here, for example, although it's still an issue. It's still an issue in how it's done, but whatever. So yeah, it's more something that's ignored. You preferably you would still be in a more liberal part of the country. I am not. I am very deeply in a
I
conservative
wonder if
part.
it's legal though, like when it comes to like terms like gay marriage or being transgender.
Okay. So with that stuff, so transition is legal and being gay is legal. Don't worry about that. So here's the thing with the marriage. So it's both a depressing story and a sad story. So in 2012, there was a huge national referendum because the right-wingers wanted to put it into our constitution that marriage is only between a man and a woman. And they succeeded. They got a referendum. There's a really huge bar to have a referendum here, I should say. Like, you needed to get 400,000 people to sign the petition for it, which is a tenth of the country. That's not a small number. And they got it. And by decent majority, it was voted in. So in our constitution, marriage is only between man and a woman. However, because at the time, that was also part of the thing, at the time, a more somewhat liberal party was there. I wouldn't even call them, in their name, they're called the Socialist Democrat, the Democratic Socialist Party, but they're all neoliberal, really. So they, I will use this term even though I don't like it, because it was during their term that happened. They essentially cocked that thing because they introduced a life partnership, which everyone can go into, and which grants basically the same rights as a marriage. So you can essentially get married. It will just be called life partnership. You can adopt, etc. and all that. Like all of the rights are there. So on one hand, it's something that's not mentioned in our constitution that it has that clause, but on the other hand, it kind of doesn't matter for all intents and purposes. Gay people can get married.
That's great news.
So and stuff like that. So
got the right to it. Got the father.
exactly.
We'd love to see the right to it. See Pope and see the.
Yeah, there were some rumblings how the current far righters that are in government wanted to do something about the life partnership, but since they were so incompetent and so corrupt already, but that fell away because they completely, basically.
I think we're about to see that in America. Like Trump is like ruining the country.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not talk about current politics.
Yeah.
It's not something I generally don't want to do.
Like we're talking about this, but it just reminds me of certain things way too much. So yeah.
Don't worry.
Sorry about that.
It's fine. Just wanted to make that clear. Okay, as the last of things, again, hugely into football. As Katze said, very, very much similar to Mexico. I'm very much a fan. I always hope Mexico goes far in World Cups and stuff, but they never do. We are huge overachievers in football. In general, there's a lot of sports here that are done well, but football is the biggest sport. We all love it.
Yeah,
I used to play it. I love it. I watch it.
It's also the biggest sport here. Like personally, I don't really like football fans because they're kind of like mob mentality kind of stuff, and they're like so disrespectful.
Definitely. Don't worry. Definitely don't worry. Trust me. I know the feeling. And as the second to last thing, we have the glagolitsa. So this is the special Slavic script that was designed by the legendary Cyril and Methodus of the Byzantine churches. They wanted to spread Christianity in the Slavic peoples. You're better in other sports. I don't know. But yeah, they wanted to spread Christianity, and so they designed a special script for the Slavic peoples. This is the glagolitsa or glagolitic script, which was the original one. It is not really in use anymore. The one that is in use is the Cyrillic one, which was made apparently by the students of Cyril and Methodus, and that's the official one in Russia, for most of Eastern Slavs, in Serbia. Sadly, it's not here. It should be. It really should be. However, the reason why I specifically point to glagolitsa here, or glagolitic script, is because we here in Croatia actually used to write with this one up until the 19th century and the Austrian rule. And the reason for that is religious, because Croatia is basically the only nation, country, whatever, that has special rights to give sermons, give mass in the local language. It kind of happened in the early medieval period, where they let us have glagolitic churches and glagolitic monasteries, and they were only closed late in the 19th century when the Austrians really took charge and tried to sort out also the religious issue. The religious, because you had a lot of bishoprics and a lot of minor bishoprics, and they just kind of consolidated all of that. So, and then also the religious establishments which use this script were gone then as well. But there's a very long tradition of us using this glagolitic script, and that is almost that. There is one other thing that I will show you, but I will go to YouTube for that, because I'm going to go to the Witcher 3 soundtrack, and this thing that I will show you is not, or have you listened? Is it the, I guess it's probably this one. So the reason why I'm sharing this is because there's this thing that is specific musically to all Slavic cultures and only Slavic cultures. And it is called white noise. It is a special form of deep-throated, like from a deep in the throat, very deep female singing in a chorus usually. So I will show an example of that. If I'm not sure if this is the track though.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, it is.
Let me. Yeah, I can hear it. I think I hear this one before. Okay, I never played Witcher 3, and I do plan to play in the future because I do have
Yeah,
it
no
in my
worries.
library. But
Yeah.
I think the
I just wanted to
soundtrack,
show
I think
that.
the Witcher 3 soundtrack is like so iconic at this point.
It is. And so, okay, so they specifically hired some Slavic musicians, and there's some other stuff. I mean, they are Polish. The studio that made this is Polish, but
Yeah, I know.
they specifically made the soundtrack to include several tracks which use this specific type of singing, because this is a type of singing common in all of Slavdom. It is a very unique musical thing, and I just wanted to share it real quick with everyone. So, everyone, next time you listen to the Witcher soundtrack, Witcher 3 in particular, when you listen to like these deep chorus female voices singing, that is a Slavic thing that is common here everywhere. And that is the presentation. That is the whole thing. We have finished. It only took me an hour less than yours.
Yeah. Although you originally planned it for like 2 hours, but no, it's like more than 4 hours.
It's more like I was hoping for 2 hours. So
Sorry?
it really depended on how the stream went, you know? I didn't have a firm idea. I just was like, okay, hopefully 2 hours. If it's longer, it's longer, you know? Okay. So, I hope you've learned a lot. I'm kind of tired. I'm hungry. I want to do some other
Yeah,
stuff. So,
I'm tired.
I don't know if this is
I still have
okay,
work.
but again,
Actually, tomorrow is Monday, so I have work.
yes. So, yeah, you should go to sleep. Thank you for listening. Thank you for,
Thank you
I hope you
for
enjoyed
sharing
it.
your knowledge with me.
And I hope Pat enjoyed it. Just as a quick goodbye, again, thank you guys for watching. Please follow or support both me and Aisling. You can support Aisling on both YouTube and Twitch. I've pinned the comment in my chat for links to her channels. And also, if you want to support me, you can support me in Coffee and elsewhere, as you know. So, and I think I will stop here. So, if you want to say your goodbyes,
wait, we need
please
to
do.
rate someone on Twitch. Do you want to rate someone?
I need to. Yes. Let's.
So usually I rate one of my favorite streamer. Wait.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, there we
I have
go.
a couple of people that
Usually I rate 11 because she always stream whenever I stream.
I'll rate someone of my own. That there's my favorite streamer, Laura.
Alright.
So
Let's
I'll
just
probably rate him.
favorite streamer then. Okay.
Yes.
I send you guys to Lemon. You guys have to show the rate with me. Alright.
Yes.
Nice to see that there's a lot of knowledge to learn today. Although a lot of it's like a little bit long and it kind of like rambles on a bit. Especially like I'm kind of like bad with like remembering names and all of that. So
don't worry about that.
a lot of times
it's
when
fine.
you're like talking about like so many details. I cannot really remember half of it. So yeah.
It's fine. I can send you the presentation. You can take a look at it whenever you want, if you want a refresher. So,
I appreciate that.
okay. Thank you again for being here, and thank you to chat. And we'll see you guys another time, I guess. So,
Yeah.
bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks for watching, bunnies. Like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to sub to my Twitch channel. And support me. You can subscribe to my Twitch channel. Get access to 6 unique emotes. With different perks like are free. Get a special on my Discord if you donate. And I'm 23 subscribers away from doing a face reveal. So let's do it, you both. Sub to my channel. And you guys wouldn't regret it. And yeah, but that's about it for me. I will see you all. Thank you all for coming. Binary Mod, Terracotta Hana. Oh yeah, she's here. Some Vietnamese, some Janyas. Vietnamese. Although most of the people over here is like on Terracotta chat. Dutch Generals. Boris Bear, and others. So SQ3, Dumb Lady. I think that's everyone. Hold on, we have to scroll up here. We have a lot of chat today, especially from their chat. Billy, and that's everyone. Okay. I will see you all next stream. Alright, have a good one.